it quite yet, but he will be here soon. In the meantime, I'll talk with chat a bit, and I'll get you guys up to date about what stream is going to be about, I suppose. I'm not sure how much longer Matteus will be. He should be here soon, though. Big up to Daciel as always, and Matteus as well. Yeah, always bigging me up in chat here, Daciel. Big up to you. Hello, Wim. Hello, how are you? So, well, Club Brugge, by the way, the schedule for the playoffs just got dropped. So I guess we can talk about that while we wait for Matteus, because we're not going to get another chance to talk about Club Brugge. So what is the schedule? I saw it earlier, but I already forgot. I don't have a great memory. I got. Oh, we have a friendly apparently on Thursday. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's neck Breda. I don't really care. We open with Anderlecht. That's actually spicy. I suppose I can share my screen for this, but no point, is there? Let's see here. Let's share my screen quickly. Whoop. Let's drag that over to here. Let me zoom in. Does that look decent? Kind of. It looks scuffed, but don't worry, guys. We will blame Matteus when he's here. Always you have to blame, guys. Always you have to blame for your faults. That's how you get further in life. That's what the billionaires do. Like, that's what the politicians do as well. You ever watch anything of those politicians? They always shift the blame. You got to learn that, guys. You got to learn that. Big up, Oliver. Big up. How are you? Speeldag 2 against Antwerp as well. Yeah. Antwerp away. Not a great to start with. What I am happy about is Genk at home on the third game. Because let's say we beat Anderlecht, draw Antwerp, beat Genk in those first 3 games, we could be top of the league. We could be top of the league then. What games do Genk have? That depends on how much Genk bottles as well, of course. Matches. So Genk has... Genk has Gent first, but Gent is terrible. Unless they play against us. Then they have Anderlecht away. So, I mean, it's possible they drop points here, I think. It really is possible that they drop some points. Then they play against us, of course, away. Then they play Union at home. Antwerp away. You know what? I favorite these chances, you know. I favorite these chances. They have tough games. They have all the tough games at the same time, isn't it? Like, obviously, Gent is the weakest team in the playoffs and only turns up when they play against Bruges. But it's like, Genk has struggled with Union Saint-Gilloise and Anderlecht this season, and Antwerp. And they get all of them back to back. And then they play against us in between there. So, if we get a result here, you know. Toby Alderweireld is injured, by the way. Simon Mignolet might be back against Anderlecht. Well, don't rush him back. Don't rush him back, because we don't need to rush him back. Like, if we're being honest, we've got a good goalkeeper in Northern Jakkerstedt, so there's absolutely no reason to rush him back. When is 115? It's funny that you ask, actually, because just 5 seconds ago, I posted this on Twitter. Let me share my screen again. Just 5 seconds ago, I posted this on Twitter. So when is 115? According to City Extra, within a month. Within a month, according to City Extra. It's just rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat, you know, like that, bro. Next game for Man City. I believe it's Bournemouth. After the international break, I believe it's Bournemouth. Let me check that. So yeah, Bournemouth and the FA Cup. That's our next game. What's up with all the Frimpong hate? Well, we'll get into Frimpong in a bit here, actually, but I want to talk about him. I don't think it's hate. I think people just don't want him because they don't think he suits, which I can see why. I just disagree. I think getting Frimpong really can work for us, but if we get Frimpong, we need to set up properly with Frimpong, and we need to use Frimpong to go forwards. My idea is, personally, we get Klosterman right back, and we get Frimpong right wing back. And then, if you need a game where your opponent is going to sit back, put Frimpong on, get him to get some crosses in, get him to go forwards. If you need a game where you're afraid to get countered, put Klosterman on that pitch. That's what I'm going to talk about a bit later when Matteus is on. But that's the basic idea, yeah? You need to be balanced, basically. You need to be balanced. You can't just be like, I want this guy because he's solid. Or you need 2 right backs, because the right back people are looking for right now, he doesn't exist, not to my knowledge. If he's out there and we get him, great. To my knowledge, the right back that is both defensively solid and is good going forwards, that does not exist right now in football, because modern football is kind of tapped, isn't it? AZ is angry on the referee for a red card yesterday. Livramento I get. Cambiasso, I think Cambiasso is like the media one. Like the media talks about Cambiasso. Honestly, I don't think we'll get Cambiasso, because if we wanted Cambiasso that badly, I think we would have gotten him in January. So I'm not quite sure about Cambiasso, but Livramento, I understand. Like, I would not mind, but here's the thing with Livramento. He has weird lapses defensively as well. So Man City fans, they talk about, we need a defensively solid right back. Livramento is not that guy. So you just got to realize that he's really good going forwards, but he's a bit like Trent. We use him instead of Salvinho on the wing. Livramento? No. No. Last 9. What? Like last year, we play Anderlecht away on the last day. Do we? No, we don't. We played them on game day 10, don't we? Yeah. Wait, what? 9? But we play them on the first day. They changed the way the system works. Oh, that's dumb. By the way, here's another dumb thing. The Belgian Cup final in the middle of the season, between the Gent game and the Genk game. Like, if we win those 2 games, that could be the title won. And they decide to put the Belgian Cup final right in between. Belgian Cup final really should be after the season is done. I don't like the way it works. Frimpong. I'm sad it's international break. If there's any championship going right now in the international break, I might actually watch that, just to watch some football. There is actually no international or championship, sadly. There is some La Liga too, though. La Liga dos. But yeah, Frimpong. I mean, I get why you would want Frimpong on the right wing, but here's the thing. He's not a winger. He's a wing back. I feel like Lee Gunner just hates his own club. Why would you not hate your own club? Like, if you're Lee Gunner, that club has been taken apart systematically in front of his own eyes by the Cronkies. Of course he hates that club. It's not the club that he started supporting. The club he started supporting is completely different. Like, standards-wise, mentality-wise, just behavior-wise, there's a lot less respect. So, agree or disagree with Lee Gunner all you want, but Lee Gunner has an absolute right to hate the way Arsenal is right now, doesn't he? On Thursday, Turkey, Hungary. Yeah, I'm not watching that. That's gonna be boring as fuck, isn't it? Oh yeah, I did forget that. My apologies. I did forget that. I need to upload that schedule and I'm done streaming. Thank you for reminding me. Let me set a timer here for when I'm done streaming, so that I will upload that then. My apologies for that. Give me just a moment. There you go. At least he can say negative things about his club and criticize it. As soon as you criticize Pep or the players as a City fan, it's considered blasphemy. Yes, but Lee Gunnar is considered a blasphemer as well, isn't he? Arsenal fans don't like Lee Gunnar, do they now? Oh, that's way too bright. Jesus. I'm trying to get this brightness back. Oh, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Big up to Luke. Big up to Luke. Put his channel link in here, Dusfield, if you're in here. Here we go. Got the two panel members of 3 hour shows together. We're planning on doing just an hour here, but we can go to 3 hours potentially. Yeah, I get that, but he's always so negative and always puts down his players. I mean, I get where you're coming from, yeah, and I think Lee Gunnar can be over the top. Like, don't get me wrong, I think he can be over the top, but I think Lee Gunnar, at the end of the day, he has a reason not to like Arsenal, like the way Arsenal is right now. Like when he criticizes Arsenal, he does it because he grew up loving the club, of course. So I get what you're coming from, though. I absolutely I get it, but it's not that simple. I think it's not that simple. Prediction: Club Brugge naar Breda. It's a friendly game, and prediction: Club Brugge Anderlecht. We've won every game against Anderlecht with this manager. So I'll say that Club Brugge can keep up that record and win again. NEC Breda, I think, will win because it's a friendly game, and we'll probably just play the kids. And all of our big guys are currently on international duty. Big up to the Shield here. Go check out Not in My Lifetime podcast. That's the channel that Luke is on. So go check that out if you somehow haven't already. And on Saturday, the Klassieker between the women. Lee Gunnar is right with certain points, but I don't feel he does too much. I agree. I agree to a certain extent. Is the Club Brugge manager good? He's a good tactician. He's a terrible strategist. Like, the strategy, a whole season planning, he's woeful. But you get him here for 10, 15 games. He will play any manager of the park. Just 10, 15 games. And here's why, yeah. You get him for the whole season. He will play the same players over and over. He doesn't rotate healthily. He doesn't manage his squad properly. He's not good at, like, bringing in correct players. But you get him, yeah, for those, like, 10 last games of a season, he pops off. He pops off. He's quality that way. So for the cup, like, bro, you put him in an international tournament. He genuinely wins the Euros if he was the Belgian manager. Of course, he didn't even have a managerial job yet, so we won't know that. But he is so good in one-off games, but, like, over the whole season, a bit less. Yeah, big up to Das Silt and big up to Luke. Always do be subscribing. I'm shameless here. Subscribe. I go. Thank you for being in today, Wim, as always, and I'll see you on the next one. By the way, Matteus is joining in 30 minutes, by the way. He's a bit late, as I said earlier. Luke, if you want, I can give you the link to come on quickly as well, if you want, while we wait for Matteus to come on. Let me close Twitter here as well. I just have Twitter open because that's what I switch Matteus on. Where is Luke? I'll send you the link. You don't have to join if you don't want to, obviously. But if you want to join, you always can. There we go. So, the first topic, because Matteus is running a bit late, is actually the DOKU slander on social media, which is why the title, by the way, if you haven't noticed, the title is modeled after Lee Gunnar. Like Saka hate is an illness or stuff like that. It's a joke, by the way. Don't take it too seriously. But is DOKU hate getting too ridiculous? Because I see a lot of people having that issue recently. And my opinion is, this is my problem with my opinions. I'm often on the, like, I'm often in between, yeah. I think DOKU He has his abilities, and sure, the squad isn't properly managed right now. I have to concede that. Doku would be a lot more effective if he had those near post runs, and we simply do not. So, in that regard, I don't really blame Doku for that, though. But like, I don't blame Doku for that. But what I do blame Doku for is his poor finishing, his poor first touch, his sometimes he has a poor first touch, his balls and moments, his balls of passing. Like he's really good dribbling, but he dribbles into nowhere, and a lack of creativity, a redundancy, how repeatable he is. That is what I criticize Doku for. So people often like want to lay off from Doku, which I understand, but I don't think that's fair. Because you can blame Pep or you can blame Doku. You can scapegoat either one. That's a problem, I suppose, with the Man City fan base. People just scapegoat players. It's all on this guy, it's all on that guy. Like Bernardo Silva, for example, he's a scapegoat, and I don't want him playing any more games. But people do scapegoat him if we're being very honest. So, with players, yeah, I don't think we should be just scapegoating them, constantly going after them. People, like, is there a better option than Doku? Yes, there is. There are better players out there than Doku. But does Doku have to leave? And here is some perspective I'll give you, yeah? If we have to make Doku leave, we are looking at selling 11 players. We currently have like Ederson, who may or may not go, Stones, Akanji, Walker, Silva, Gundogan, Kovacic, Nunez, McAtee, Grealish. You want to add Doku on top of that. Like, is Doku really the biggest problem here? I don't think he is. So, is it better out there than Doku? Yes. Can we use Doku as a squad player? Yes. Is he good off the bench? Yes. Has he been mismanaged this season? Yes. But at the same time, you do have to concede it's very difficult with Doku, yeah, and with Pep in. It's very difficult with Doku because I do wonder, what would Doku look like under a manager like, give me a name here, Luis Enrique. What would that look like? I think Luis Enrique might make Doku more effective because Enrique gets his wingers involved very much in the game. Whereas Doku doesn't quite get involved with Pep. Pep Guardiola does this weird thing with wingers recently, where they are just on a touchline shift, and obviously it worked in the treble season, but now it's just like been figured out, isn't it? Like the way wingers are used, Jesus Christ. Jackie is going off on Twitter, by the way. I'm gonna have to read this out to you guys in a second, but Doku just needs to be used better. I think to the end of the season, we can still make Doku work. And if we want to keep Doku for another season, if we want to sell him off, regardless of what you want, the truth is we have bigger problems at the club. Oscar Bob is coming back. We have Marmouche, we have Salvinho. That is not the biggest issue. We need to look at midfield and at fullbacks. We need fullbacks. And once we have that, you can talk about Doku. So in my opinion, and maybe this is a bit of a cop-out, just give Doku another year. That is my opinion. Just give Doku another year. Because we can't clear everyone out in a single season. If by the end of next season he's good enough, then he's good enough. And if he's not good enough, then he probably will be on the bench all season, because we do have backup options there. And then we can sell him off, and we can bring in someone new that would hopefully be good enough. So with Doku, I just don't have a strong opinion right now. Luis Enrique, the man himself. So Pep in, Pep out. I think everyone knows my opinion on Pep right now. Pep Guardiola has absolutely lost it this season, and he's in a situation that he's never been in his whole career. He doesn't know what to do about this situation. Let's be honest. Like, people talk about Pep Guardiola has credit in the bank. But that is like credit in the bank. For what? For what he's done in the past. He's never, in the past, had to rebuild a team that was this bad. Like, never has he had to rebuild a team this bad. Rebuild the entire core. That's what we are talking about. The entire core has to be rebuilt. When he came into Barcelona, Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets were there before him. He promoted Busquets, but was there before him. Thierry Henry, Dani Alves, Puyol, Victor Valdes, Lionel fucking Messi. They were all there before Pep Guardiola. So when you talk about a rebuild, he's never had to rebuild a team from core. That's what he has to do with Man City here. Because De Bruyne is leaving, Bernardo Silva is leaving, Kyle Walker is leaving, potentially Stones leaving, probably even Stones leaving. Like, that is a whole core that is gone. A whole core that is gone. And he's never done that. So when people talk about credits in the bank, Luis Enrique actually has more credits in the bank if you look at rebuilding from ground zero. And even then, I won't say that's something Luis Enrique is particularly known for. There are very few managers throughout history who have been able to rebuild a big team who have hit a stone wall from ground zero. And the reason why Alex Ferguson is considered the greatest of all time, and will be considered the greatest of all time for a long while to come, I think, is because he did just that with Man United over and over. And I'm not saying Pep can't do that, I'm saying he's never done it. And if he does it here, this summer, then he proves that he has an ability that he's never proven himself to have. However, he's not doing that right now. When people talk about Alex Ferguson's bad seasons, they were never this bad. Alex Ferguson never had seasons this bad. So that's why I disliked it's just one season argument. It's not just one season. It's the worst reigning champion since Leicester City, who was never supposed to be champion. They were relegation team, then they were champion, then they were mid-table. Like, if you go before Leicester City, what's the worst champion before that? Maybe Chelsea? Actually, probably Chelsea, isn't it? Chelsea was mid-table as well, so we're the worst champion since them two. That's not just a bad season. And if you look at Leicester, they sacked the manager who took them from a relegation club to a title-winning club in one season. And Chelsea sacked the manager, I believe it was Jose Mourinho, right? Who literally made that club, bruv. Jose Mourinho, he made Chelsea. They sacked him. Bye. That is the level of bad season we're talking about here. So I just feel like it's one bad season argument falls flat when you actually analyze the season. Credit in the bank, and I understand it. Credit in the bank, he's won so much. That entirely relies on Pep Guardiola doing that again in the future. What shows us that he can do that again in the future? All he's showing is that his head is not in the game anymore. People talk about the players. The fire is gone. They won the treble. They won the fourth-peat. But so did Pep. Pep won all of those things too. Is the fire gone with Pep? Like, say these conversations, sometimes people need a scene change. What if Pep just needs to go to a new club to excel? Well, what if he can never be that manager for the Man City again? But he will go to a different club and he'll be good again. That is entirely possible. But people don't want to have those conversations. And the problem I have is we're going to get into an Arsene Wenger type situation. Where you remember Arsene Wenger just did so much for Arsenal. Undoubtedly the best era for Arsenal football under Arsene Wenger. They went invincible. They won like 2 doubles in 4 or 3 years or something like that. Double on the debut season. Undoubtedly best Arsenal manager ever. He overstayed his due way too long. And in that process, he tarnished his name. A name that people never thought could be ruined. But now that Arsene Wenger name is in part tarnished. You have to think about that as well. Like, just because a manager used to be good doesn't mean they'll continue to be good, doesn't mean they are good now. That is my take on that. Well, we're in the Champions League spots, but again, you have to evaluate. You can't look at results alone. Like, results matter, of course, but You have to evaluate the performances. You have to evaluate why are we top entered Champions League spots. It's not because we're good. It's because one, there's an actual Champions League spot, and two, the rest of the league is garbage. If you look at the Premier League right now, this is single-handedly the worst Premier League season, like quality-wise, of the average Premier League team. I won't say ever, but probably since, I don't know, maybe 2010, something like that. It's terrible quality right now in the Premier League, so I don't quite agree. That argument is terrible. Do Real Madrid players stop fighting because they have won a lot? They do. They do. They get bent off. Like, I get what you're saying, but look at the players that stay at Real Madrid the longest. It's the players who keep fighting. Players who leave Real Madrid often stop winning trophies. So yes, the answer is actually yes. But here's the difference. Real Madrid is the best managed club in the world. Not Man City, Real Madrid. They know exactly when they need to bend someone off. They see a player starting to regress, gone. They know. They just know. So that answer is actually yes to that question. I know it was a rhetorical question, but actually yes, unironically. Yeah, but my argument with this is Chelsea and Leicester were mid-table the season after winning the title. You're in a Champions League spot. Sure, this is a bad season, but it is far from a woeful season. If it was a woeful season, you will be mid-table. No. Chelsea, let's start with Leicester. Leicester was a relegation club before they won the league title. Then they were that is actually an improvement from 2 years ago. Obviously, it's worse from the year before, but when you actually look at the resources Leicester have, it's different. If you look at the resources Chelsea had, having to compete against a stronger Premier League, again, mid-table, he should have been sacked. He was sacked. Pep Guardiola, again, he's fifth. He's not in a Champions League spot. He's being dragged into Champions League because of the new extra spot, which I don't like that rule. I'm going to be consistent with that. I don't like it when it benefits other teams. I don't like it when it benefits my team. I'll be consistent with that. I don't like that rule. Top 5 should not be Champions League. Regardless of that, just because he's top 5 doesn't mean we've been good. The tactics have been woeful all season. We've been calling it out, many City fans, since before we started losing. Since we started losing. And when we've been losing a lot, and Pep has done nothing to fix that. So it is a woeful season. We should never be like Champions League spot. Here's the thing. That is a bare minimum. Chelsea is not good. Newcastle is not good. Nottingham Forest is not good. Arsenal is not good. None of these teams are good, bro. They're just better than other teams in the Premier League. You put them up against Real Madrid, against Atletico Madrid, against Athletic Bilbao, even against Barcelona. They'll get destroyed. So maybe over the one game they can win, but over 2 legs they'll get destroyed. Premier League is just incredibly low quality this season. So honestly, we are lucky. We are lucky that the rest of the Premier League dropped off at the same time that we did, because we should honestly be comfortably top 3. No matter how bad we are, we should be comfortably top 3, and especially with how bad the Premier League has been this season. Pep Guardiola, his credit has gone all through one season, you know. He shows it incredibly quickly. Anyhow, let me read something out for you guys. Let's do something fun here. So I've got a Phil Foden quote from Phil Foden. If I ever win anything... Oh my days. What a way to... Oh my days, Foden. Jesus. Nah. That is a terrible way to start a fucking interview. So... Okay. From Foden, he starts an interview with, if I ever win anything again. Wait, get out. Get out, honestly. I'm going to make sure I enjoy it even more. It shows how quickly things can change. For you especially, you've been dog shit. What we were doing in the past isn't normal. Yeah, but the rest of the league was shit, so we have to take advantage of that, isn't it? So it shows the level which was set and how challenging it is to do what we did. Yeah, but Foden, you're being paid 300k a week, 250k a week, something like that. What is Foden waffling about? What is Foden waffling about? There are some things that may be true, but you don't say them. This is one of those things. You don't say this shit. People have seasons like this. No, we don't. No. Who has seasons like this? Man City? Premier League team? When is Real Madrid's last time having a season like this? When is Bayern München's last time having a season like this? When is Atletico Madrid's? Bayern München? Internationally? Big clubs don't do this. Big clubs don't do this. And you can say, oh, but we're not Real Madrid. Here's the facts. When the ownership came in, Sheikh Mansour told us, every loss you have to be angry. Sheikh Mansour told us this. Every loss you should be angry. So when I give that energy, people call me a fake fan. But that's the energy Sheikh Mansour wants me to bring. Because that's what he says. Every loss you should be angry. Well, we've lost fucking 15 times this season, mate. Premier League alone, I feel like. How many times have we lost in the Premier League? 10 times? Let's see. 9 times in the Premier League. So with every loss, we should be angry. What should we be with 9 losses then? And 6 draws? Only 14 wins. Fuming? I'm only doing as the owner says us to do. I'm just doing what our owner tells us to do. It's that simple, guys. Yeah, let's reread this again because I forgot it. People have seasons like have seasons like this. You can't always be at the top, and this happens. There must be a problem in communication. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Let me share my screen here. Let's turn this back on. We're going into Paint, guys. We are now on Paint. I need to shrink. Oh, shrink it, not make it bigger. So, guys, for some context here, for some context. You have number 1. This is top. This is the top, yes? This is the top. Now you have number 2, number 3, number 4, and this is where we are at. This is our level. So we've dropped off beyond. We've dropped off quite a bit, haven't we? Look at how far we've dropped. We're not on screen anymore, guys. We're not on screen. Like, come on, we're not on screen anymore. This isn't just not being on the top anymore. This is the top. Fair enough. Liverpool have had a good season. Second, okay, fair enough. Arsenal are there. Third, oh, it's a really good season by Forest. Fourth, I'm sorry, Chelsea is dog shit right now. And therefore, Chelsea. And by the way, if Newcastle win their game in hand, we're not even 5th anymore. If Newcastle win that game in hand, we are not 5th anymore. So, what are we talking about here? Being what? Standards in the mud, bro. Bro, imagine Bayern München having this attitude. Because Bayern München fans were fuming last season. Bayern München was not this bad last season. They were ready to commit war crimes, bro. You know what I'm saying? But we're not Bayern München, except the ownership tells us to be angry with every loss. So which is it? Should we be moving on, or should we be angry with every loss, like the owner tells us to be? Just asking, guys. I just need an answer. Being washed at 25 is crazy. I think that guy is called Rooney. Give me a second. to be fair, I think he's been fucked up this season a lot by the system being poor. But I think he's not washed quite yet. But this is washed at 25, bro. This is washed at 25. I zoomed in a bit too far. Look at the pixels, bro. You can see the individual pixels. You can count them over here. Great picture it is, isn't it? Great picture quality, guys. But yeah, now Foden has had an insane drop-off, and he should not be talking like that. After having a drop-off, that shows strong mentality. Mentality is not there. If I ever win, no. Fuck your if. When? When? If I ever win something again, bro, you want to leave Man City? Go ahead and leave Man City. It's when, not if. If you want to stay at Man City, it's when, not if. When? Next season. You win a trophy next season. Because 2 trophyless seasons, unacceptable. Unacceptable for any big club. Now, Arsenal is not a big club, so let's not talk about them. Man United is a fallen big club. When's the last time Liverpool went 2 seasons in a row without a trophy? It doesn't exist, does it? Just clocked in. They have not had 2 trophyless seasons in a row. There you go. That's your answer. That is your answer. Liverpool have not had 2 trophyless seasons in a row since Jurgen Klopp since Jurgen Klopp won the Champions League. If you're a big club, you win trophies. That's what you do. Not if, when. Foden, his mentality is all in the wrong place. Some of the stuff he says is true. Listen, some of the stuff he says is true. But just don't say that stuff. Just because something is true doesn't mean you should say it. You get what I'm saying? When your wife is fat and ugly, you don't tell her you're fucking ugly, do you now? When your girl asks, does this dress make me look ugly? You don't say yes. The answer is yes, but you don't say yes. Sometimes you don't say the truth. You get what I'm saying, bro? Sometimes you don't say the truth. So Foden, terrible mentality there. Terrible mentality. If you ask me, and again, I don't want to go in too hard on Foden either, because I do think he's been a victim of the system. But it's two-sided. It's two-sided. He's been a victim of the system. He's still been too poor. He has to be better, even regarding the system. And if he doesn't improve next season, well, now Foden, you're in trouble. You're in trouble if you're not better next season. And with the way he talks, I just don't believe in this guy anymore. This guy mentally is gone, isn't he? My head is on Mars. My head is on Mars. But I want to win trophies every fucking week, bro. Forget every season. I want to win them every week. We got 115 coming in. We could still end the season with 115 trophies, let's be honest. But I want those trophies. And if Foden is talking like this, he doesn't show to me that he wants those trophies. He doesn't show it. He doesn't show confidence. He doesn't show that he wants those trophies. Can't have that, bro. You really, really can't have that if you ask me. So for Phil Foden, stinker and hooked, bro. Twitter is popping off at the very least. Big up Twitter. I think Matteus is about to join, by the way. Matteus is actually to be on in 30 minutes, and that's 29 minutes ago now. So I think Matteus is going to come on here soon. So then we can actually get started with the stream. Big up to everyone who's been in here so far. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. My apologies for Matteus coming late. Blame Matteus, obviously. Not my fault. Never my fault, guys. Never my fault. Terrible scheduling on my part. No. My scheduling is so bad. It's all Matteus' fault. Big up, Matteus. How are you?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. How are you?
I'm chilling. We had a bit of a chat here with stream already, so I think we'll just get straight into it. And first thing I want to talk about is DOKU slander. I already talked about that, actually, but here is my take, and my take is lame. It's in between. On one side, midfield is not good enough right now. We need to get better out of DOKU. the tactics aren't getting the best out of him. But his finishing is just not good enough either. Sane in his debut season, and I know Leroy Sane, difficult to be compared to that, but that is the standard at Man City. 5 goals in his first season. Second season, 10 goals. Third season, 10 goals again, and better assists. So with Doku, you have to compare him to that, I think. Even if midfield is not good enough and all of that, his finishing is lacking, isn't it?
Well, when you say that the tactics are not getting the best out of Doku, who is it down to?
I think it's down to both.
To the player.
I think Doku is not good enough, but he's been even worse. Well, maybe he's good enough with a bench player, but not as a starter. But it's been made worse by poor tactics.
When you say that Doku is not good enough, in what sense?
His final output, it's just lacking, and if you look at last season as well, that was not stayed last season either. So tactics last season, maybe you can say tactics last season weren't great either, because a lot of people were saying that. But in my opinion, output has just never been there with Doku when he was at Man City.
Yeah.
And output, how important is output for you when you rate wingers? How important is that for you?
In this side, it is really important, because obviously we lack in goals. If Erling Haaland's having a day off, then 99% of the times we don't win the games. And
absolutely,
we don't even look like scoring goals. When it comes to Doku, I'm a bit in the last stream on Luke's channel, I said that Doku won't be here in the next 2 years, and I don't doubt his ability. He's got the guy got the talent, but I just don't think he's got the brains.
Yeah.
However, he is probably one of the most creative player in our squad. When you look at the way Doku plays, even when Savio plays, if we are on a counter and Savio has the ball, either Savio or Doku, watch Erling Haaland, his movement.
Yeah.
He always
completely different.
He always go in the back post.
Absolutely.
However,
but when Savinho,
so when Haaland is moving to the back post, Savinho is a guy who his crosses is more like floated crosses, but Doku is low crosses.
Yeah.
So for someone, the striker needs to do better in that sense. You need to understand if Doku has the ball, rather than moving towards the back post, which is going to be hard for him to put low crosses, because if you put a low cross, that means the cross has to go bypassing the whole defense and the goalkeeper, which is hard to reach the striker. When it's a long cross or float cross, it's a bit different.
Yes.
So when Doku has the ball, we also need to look at the movement from Erling Haaland and ask Haaland whether.
But Haaland is in the box, though.
He's getting to the right position for that low cross. Or even if Savinho has the ball, he's getting to the far post, because he knows that Savinho will put a higher cross in there. So, and in that sense, if Doku is someone who likes to hit low, we have to get players to attacking the first post, attacking the box more, be more aggressive in the box. 99% of the time, and I said it many times in many shows, we're camping outside the box. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why are we leaving our striker with 6 men around him, and everyone is just sitting in the edge of the box to get the ball? The reason why we're doing it is because players are the type of players that we put on the pitch in terms of Bernardo Silva and Phil Foden are players that likes to be comfortable on the pitch. They don't want to be in an uncomfortable position, i.e., going between the defenders. They like to be outside the traffic, get themselves out to the traffic so they can get the ball, so they can make the ball moving, rather than players like, for example, Ilkay Gundogan on his old days, where he used to make the run in the box at his header tapping. If you look at when we had Sané and Sterling, if Sané had the ball, Sterling would usually run in the back post. Aguero usually run to the first post, and most 99% of the time the ball used to go either them two for a tap in. When Sterling had the ball, the same. That's why them two wingers used to get a lot of goals, because they used to attack the box. In our case,
and you weren't alone. That's also important.
Yeah. In our case, in this system, they are not doing that because they are holding the width in the statics, because we've got no overlapping fullbacks. Our players that play fullbacks, they instructing to tuck into midfield. So the width is on the wingers.
Yeah, completely.
So
and that's when you have to have those midfielders making those runs. If you
exactly, if the width is your wingers, then the midfielder needs to make the run in the box.
But that's what's happening, because our midfielder is ancient, to say the least. Like Gundogan used to make those runs, but he's too old for that. Let's be honest. He can't run up and down the pitch anymore like he used to.
Yeah,
and
he's 34.
Yeah, and he was already playing badly at the end of his last season in La Liga. He probably didn't expect to play as much as he did, to be fair to him. And to be fair to him, I think he's been good in controlling the game for 30 minutes a game. And then he starts to drop off in level when he starts playing more than 20, 30 minutes. But we need more from him right now.
Yeah, but see, the problem is, we know the case of Gundo and KDB. They cannot play the full 90. Yes,
absolutely.
But however, they can offer half an hour or even 40 minutes at their best. If we know it, the manager needs to know it. If he doesn't know it, so you've got a KDB, and is a big tool to have, because it's a threat in terms of creativity, playing their long balls, and you keep bringing him on within 5-10 minutes to go when we are chasing games. Why?
Yeah, but Pep Guardiola is just so weird. It's up to substitutions.
And then when KDB doesn't play well for the 5 minutes he got brought in, people criticize him. What do you expect players to do in 5 minutes when we are chasing the goal? Why do you not bring him early within 30 minutes? Because sometimes when you come onto the pitch, it might take 5 or 10 minutes for you to read the game, for you to see what's going on, how the opposition are positioning themselves on the pitch. Where is the space? How to attack it? That takes 5 to 10 minutes for some players.
Absolutely, it does. And De Bruyne, even this is the thing with De Bruyne, right? De Bruyne he can give you good performances, but often De Bruyne has a bad performance, but he has a clutch moment. You need to give time for that clutch moment to happen. You can't do that in 5 minutes usually. De Bruyne, we're asking him, put a ball into the box, a ridiculous ball, and have Haaland scored from that. First of all, you need midfielders in the box there, or anyone really in the box, and you need to have multiple crosses. You can't do that first time. You can't come onto the pitch, just having widened up a bit, and immediately give that Trivela ball to Erling Haaland, perfectly rated, and he taps it in. It doesn't work like that. But Pep takes way too long to bring players on. DOKU himself, talking about DOKU again. If he brought him on earlier against Real Madrid in the fourth-beat season, against Man United in the FA Cup final, he might have won, because he was the difference maker in those two games for us. But we wait too long, and this is not something new with Pep. He waits too long to make substitutions, and I've criticized that heavily. But when Pep Guardiola wins stuff, it looks okay. Problem is, once you start getting a squad that is old, and that can't really do it anymore, then you see the problems with waiting too long with your substitutions. The problem is they can't make an impact.
Yeah, because it's always been a problem with Pep Guardiola, his in-game management, and he always says it. I prefer to finish the game with the players that start, even if I'm 2-1 up. I would trust the players that I've got on the pitch to finish off the game with the win. And sometimes, most of the game is crying out for fresh legs.
Yeah.
You 2-1 up, but you seem like we're getting overrun because we don't have fresh legs, and you just sat in there watching the whole thing. And we as a fans, we were like, come on, make some subs on, bring some fresh body on the pitch.
Let's say he makes the same substitutions, yeah? All the same substitutions, but just a bit earlier.
Yeah,
against Brighton.
Or even when you feel like the opposition start getting the rhythm, stop the game. Make a couple of substitutions on. Make a few subs on, and that gives the momentum of the game. But it's such there. Not really doing anything. Wait. That's why sometimes players like Bernardo Silva, they play 90 minutes every game, even when we are 6-0 up.
Yeah.
Bernardo Silva will still be there running. Why are you not taking him off?
Yeah, Haaland as well. He's played every minute of every game almost, except for the games he's been injured in, and maybe the cup games. But like in Premier League, he's played pretty much every minute.
Yeah, let's just focus this season. Not in the Forest at home, 4-0 up.
3-0.
Why? No, at home. I think we won 4.
We won 3. It was Newcastle 4. We won 3-0 against Forest.
Oh, was it 3-0?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 3-0. Why is Bernardo Silva playing 90 minutes?
Pep loves him.
he started as a winger, then you can make 5 subs with 3-0 up, even with 10 minutes to go. It's not like you taking Bernardo Silva off, the whole team will collapse.
And contrary, you might stop a collapse from happening. You bring in some fresh legs. They can run hard to defend. They can run hard to press. You can stop collapses from happening by making substitutions at the right time. Yeah, I do have some questions saved from chat, actually.
Yeah, and people were saying, just before you touch on the question, people were saying, oh, he tried that against Feyenoord, and Feyenoord equalized. We were 3-0 up. Yeah, but because the substitution that he tried, it was completely wrong. You're taking off only the best holding midfield in Kovacic to play Ilkay Gundogan, who can't run.
That was woeful, wasn't it?
Yeah. What are you doing? Then you brought in Rico Lewis or something like that.
Yeah, it was. The thing is, he has to make substitutions, but the right ones. Like, that's what people talk about. Like, oh, you want to see substitutions? Now he makes them and they don't do anything. He makes wrong substitutions and he waits too long. Of course, they don't do anything. But yeah, question here from Glimpse, who is a Hull City fan. Do you think Hull City will win the Champions League?
Who?
Hull City. Got to just above relegation in a championship.
No. Why would they win the Champions League?
You got to be supportive. Come on. You've got to be supportive. But yeah.
There's a difference between being support and being delusional. Come on. What are we doing here?
We're joking to win it. Rosa, about Haaland earlier. Haaland should not be making the near post runs. That should be someone else. I agree. But no one else is doing that. And I think about Thierry Henry. You remember that Thierry Henry clip where he talks about how he complained when he was younger as a striker? And Arsene Wenger told him, listen, you've got to think about how can these players get the ball to you. Bergkamp wants to pass the ball differently than someone else. So you've got to think about how to combine with these players as a striker. As a striker, when a player who likes to play long balls is on the ball, you need to make a run. When someone who likes to play it close has the ball, you need to come close and let him have play to the best of his abilities.
Yeah, there is one action on the Brighton game where DOKU had the ball. He took a man on, and Haaland was making the run. Savinho was coming behind Haaland, so Savinho thought that Haaland would go across and like to the middle, like in the penalty box, like to the just on the penalty spot yard, and Savinho would go in the last post. But they were both Haaland. The problem with Haaland, I think it's just a striker instinct that when your winger has the ball, he expects the ball in the far post. But Savinho was making the run to the far post already. What he could have done, he could have watched it. Like, okay, my wing is coming to the other side. He's making that run. Rather than me going the back post and expect my winger to go to the near post, it will take him longer to come from one wing to the near post. If I'm already in the middle, I would make that run towards the near post so my winger can make the run to the far post where he's closer to it. But
I think Haaland wants to do that far post run because when he first came into Man City, you have to consider this as well. When he first came into Man City, he was on the far post eating up crosses from De Bruyne. And we had someone else running onto the near post. That's what Haaland wants. He wants to go to that far post, and either he makes space for someone at the near post, or he eats up a goal at far post. That's what he wants, and probably what he's being told by Pep, if I had to guess. Now, at a certain point, players should stop listening to our manager. I absolutely hate that, but let's be honest, Haaland has a great deal of respect for Pep. And if Pep tells him, go to the far post, he's going to go to the far post. And he's very robotic in that way. And I don't mean that negatively. Yeah? Robotic players are necessary in football. They've always been there, always will be there, and they serve a purpose. Haaland is robotic, and he won't suddenly realize, and that's not to say he's dumb, but that's just not the way he is. He won't suddenly say, okay, Savinho is on the far post, so I'll go to the near post. No, what he'll think is, far post is my job, and someone else's job is near post, so I'm not going to worry about that. And that's maybe a fault in Haaland.
So what is the coaching then?
The coaching is poor. That's what it is, because someone
what do they do on the training ground?
I don't know. I've asked the same question because the tactics are that poor this season. Like, I feel like there are a lot of juvenile tactics as well.
If there's no organization in the final third, if there's not that sinking in between players in the final third, when your winger, your left or right winger has the ball, where to be or where to attack, where to go. We're playing one game a week. What are you doing Monday to Friday on the training pitch? Where's the
joking
coach?
around lately? They're laughing a lot. Joking around because they laugh a lot on those pictures, but what is everybody doing there?
You see Man City accounts posting all smilers on training. Well, you shouldn't be smiling on training if you put in poor performances.
Yeah, I agree with that. We just went through something from Foden, where Foden said, if I ever win a trophy again. And like, I get what he's saying, yeah, but come on, you can't say that. Like, as a Man City player, you can't say that. That's wrong mentality. And
what did he say?
He said, if I ever win a trophy again, I'll celebrate it more because I know what it means now. And I'm like, I get you, but you shouldn't say if, you should say when. If you're a Man City player, you should say when, not if.
You've got to win trophies. That's why you're on the big wages.
Yeah,
you pay for one of the biggest club in England.
300k, I believe. Foden, he's on 300k, right?
No, Foden's in 200.
210. That's still ridiculous wages. You can't be saying that if you're on 200 something k.
Yeah.
Ask Matteus.
225.
24. Sorry.
225k.
225. Okay. On that type of wages, you need to be winning trophies.
See, when I've seen the criticism online on DOKU.
Yeah.
I feel like people, they would scapegoating players, the less fashionable players, the ones that they don't like, or the ones that they haven't got any feelings towards,
or the ones that aren't English.
Phil Foden has been dropping stinkers, and all I hear from this guy ever since the beginning of the season, ever since forget about the beginning of the season, ever since the Euros, was his excuses. Poor form. Oh, he's got personal issues. I've heard that he's arguing with his neighbor. He's got personal issue with his neighbor. He just had a baby. He had an illness. Oh, no, he's not getting picked up in the pockets the way Roger used to do. That's just all excuses.
And it, because everyone has personal issues, isn't it?
That's all excuses. The only reason you come up with these sort of excuses, is because you're trying to protect the players. So what you do is, you see the players having a stinker. What you do, right? Okay, let me go to my friend who always gives me news. Oh, and ask about Phil Foden. Your friend will tell you, oh, I heard he's having some issues, personal issues, or I just had an illness. Okay, that's fine. I've got a big account. Let me run that excuse. Every time someone mentions Foden, he's got a personal issue. Fair enough, you do that with Foden, but do you do that with Nunes as well? If Nunes dropping a stinker, would you go and ask your friends what's wrong with Nunes?
But
So you can,
you shouldn't do that for either of them.
They
shouldn't do that for either of them.
Yeah. And people are acting surprised about Phil Foden's performance this season. Well, his performance, he played like that last season, most of the games. The difference was last season when he was dropping a stinker, he would appear in the box for a tap-in and he would score, and everyone forgot about the way.
Oh, absolutely, he was woeful. He did nothing except a goal.
Very good goal. Performance-wise, shocking.
Yeah.
But people laughed at me every time I mentioned Madrid away. Why? Because with Phil Foden, they don't care about performances on the pitch. They care about the input, the GA. Give me a GA. I've seen a lot of people on Space say, oh, but he scored 10 goals this season and 5 assists. Okay, remember me when was the last time Foden scored a goal?
West Ham? No,
he didn't score against West Ham.
I have no idea.
See, they come up with these stats to excuse the bad performance.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, that I will say.
Well, when it comes to the players they don't like,
Chelsea, apparently.
Oh, rubbish, out, not good enough, get me on the bench. Foden, on the other hand, oh, it's the star boy, let me protect him. Oh, he's got a personal issue, he just had an illness. Oh, don't be too harsh on him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another player, yeah? Hold there, let me get a beer for this player. I need to drink a beer first.
Yeah, so I absolutely agree there with what Matteus is saying. So I will push back on one thing there when Matteus is back. I don't know if you can hear him, by the way. I don't know if he has like AirPods or something, but the thing is here with Foden, he has played border games, like at Bernabeu last season, but they were not this bad. They were not as bad as him against Arsenal. So I don't mind players playing a border game, but then they bring in 2 goals or a goal or something like that. If you score the winner at the end of the day, okay, you play a border game. Problem is, that's not what Foden is doing right now. And I'm sure Matteus will agree on that. If Foden scored a winner every game, no one would care that he's playing a border game. I don't think Matteus would care if Foden scored a winner every game.
If you were winning football matches, yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that anymore. And he's playing even worse than last season. Like, the performances are even worse. And last season, he had good performances too. He had bad performances and good performances. But always the goals. Now it's no goals and lots of bad performances.
Yeah, right. Okay. Let's go to the pretty boy.
Where's the pretty boy?
The gorgeous man. And our back line. Oh, got a nice beard, nice shiny hair, right? If Kyle
I know
Walker,
you're jealous.
You're very nice. If Kyle Walker start putting this up performance, yeah, and I've been on this guy last season, so I've never watched too much of this guy. Yeah, we were linked to him well, last time I watched him when we played it away to in the treble season. We drew 1-1. He scored a header from the corner. When we head to the Etihad for the second leg, we spanked them 4-7.
Mm-hmm.
We went. Then it was a World Cup season that year.
Yeah.
I've never watched that much of the guy, but he was getting hyped up in the World Cup to the point where even Piers Morgan tweets, "Oh, this guy's amazing, baby, yad yad." So the very first game I watched him sit down properly was against Argentina, and he got cooked by Messi. Okay, listen, it's Lionel Messi.
Yeah,
I get it. Everyone gets, even the toughest defender get cooked by Messi. So we went out there, and we decided to spend £77 million on him, making him the most expensive defender in our club history.
Yes.
And the Pep Guardiola bought him to play left back because we lost, and he also needed a left foot centre half because we lost Laporte after the treble, and he needed someone who can, in the build-up, give that pass to break up lines. The same way Laporte used to do. Laporte only used to take one pass from the back line to head into the strike or the wingers.
He needed a technically gifted striker, defender.
Defender. Laporte was just the best on his day. When he used to do that diagonal ball, it was just unreal. So you got him, and I'm watching the guy, against Nottingham Forest away last season. He was getting absolute cooked. Matter, you still have to defend.
Yeah, I agree, but
Nathan Ake is not left back. Look at the performance he put against Salah when we went to Anfield.
Nathan Ake
this season.
But Nathan Ake, to be fair, Nathan Ake, okay, he's not a left back. On left back, he was our best defender in the treble season. John Stones was more of a midfielder. So he was our best defender in that treble season as a left back. So Nathan Ake, okay, you put him on left back, it ended up being brilliant. That doesn't mean you put Guardiola on left back and you should expect him to be brilliant.
Yeah, but he's not a centre back. He's not a centre back either. He's not good enough to play centre back.
Is he not?
No, he's not.
When's the last time he's played centre back? So
he played centre back for us 3 times, and then 3 times he looked worse as centre back than he looked as a full back. I'm telling you that he's not good enough to play centre back. When everyone is fit, you don't trust Vardy to play centre back. You don't. Do you trust Kusanov?
I'll trust. Yeah, Kusanov has
you
been
trust
brilliant.
Ruben Diaz when you're on form, or John Stones? So
absolutely.
When everyone is fit, Vardy is probably the last on your list to play centre back.
I actually do hear you say it. That is true, but
however, the problem with Vardy, his defensive ability is not looked at. The fan base don't pay attention on his inability to defend, especially 1v1, because he scored goals.
Absolutely.
He's good going forward, but at the back, the guy's a bit of shambles, to be fair.
He's similar to Cancelo, or to Trent. Maybe Trent is a better comparison. Not sure if not really.
Why is no one questioning his ability to defend, considering he's the most expensive defender in the football club?
I think it's because they're scapegoating
Nottingham Forest goal. Gibbs White grabbed the ball, long ball to Oxenodoi.
Yes.
Oxenodoi is on the wing. How are you backing off all the way to your penalty box rather than bang, got him, foul him?
Yeah, I agree.
And he doesn't just do that against Nottingham Forest. He does that all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. But what I will push back on, though, is I don't want to say Guardiola is not good enough to be a centre back without seeing him play 5 games in a row in centre back. So he has not played a great game so far. You're right on that.
The manager didn't buy him to play centre back, Alf.
Yeah, but
he wasn't bought to buy centre back, to play centre back. It was left back.
Manager makes a lot of weird decisions, doesn't he?
No. See, when we buy in a player, obviously we hold talks with the club, etc. Then obviously we need to hold talks with them. We start holding talks with the player themselves. When Pep Guardiola sat with the player, he had a clear plans on how to use him, and that was for the left back position, not for the centre back.
Yeah, that is true.
It was. Let's face it.
Yes.
It was. Because Pep Guardiola himself came out and said, that was the beginning of the season. I need Nathan Ake back because Vardy cannot play every 3 days. Same with Nathan Ake. So that's for the left back position, not for the centre back position.
Yeah, you're right. And
if
I do want a new left back, by the way. Let me just throw that in. I do want a new left back. I want Theo Hernandez specifically. I think he's so class, and I think he'll be great for us. And he's a classical left back. He will overlap. He will defend. He will be proactive defending, rather than Gvardiol, who likes to pull off too much sometimes. Gvardiol does have a really good attacking ability, though, and he's a defender first, obviously. But the goals he puts in, some of them very clutch and important for us. They are important goals. Now, he does get skinned too easily. And the problem is, you know why people don't talk about that? Because then the ball goes to far post, Rico Lewis or Carl Walker should be defending that far post, and them man are in fucking Disneyland or something. That's why people don't talk about Gvardiol getting skinned. Because
he's always out of position as well.
Yeah, but the final moment is always the ball goes to the far post and someone taps it in when it should be someone near there. And that's why people don't criticize it. They don't look at the whole game. They just look at the final moment. Take DOKU again, for example. They don't look at the whole game where Foden plays sporty, the ball doesn't come to DOKU enough, no one is running into the box. All they look at is DOKU's pass. That's all they look at. Same with Gvardiol. That's why DOKU gets piled on, why Rico Lewis gets piled on, and Gvardiol doesn't. That's why.
Yeah, but why? Gvardiol barely watches his shoulder. He doesn't know what's behind him. But if Kyle Walker was putting the same sort of performance as Josko Gvardiol, but everyone was at Walker, protecting his shining toy, £77 million. What's that all about? I'm okay. Listen, I'm okay if a player is putting a bad performance. I'm okay for you to criticize him, but make sure you do the same for every single player, every single one of them. Stop protecting the ones you like, and throw everyone on whoever the others under the bus, because obviously you've got to see the problem with some Man City fans. Even I've had I've been pushing on these Ortegas to start, and people now, because Ortega's been poor, everyone's everyone's having a go at me. Oh, you wanted Ederson out, now look at Ortega, and what you got to say now? And I was being straightforward. Told him Ortega has been shit. He needs to be on the bench. But Ederson hasn't not been good either. He needs to be on the bench. The difference is, if I see, even though I like Ortega, but if I see some shit performance, not for me, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I've been backing Ortega to start, but the past 2 games, I'm like, bro, are you scared of diving?
He's not diving once, has he?
That you just letting ball goes through. Are you been hanging out with Ederson, because Ederson does that quite a lot, and he's not so much this season, but when we signed him,
Ederson did that a lot.
Ederson used to hate. He hated diving. Remember the season Liverpool won the league? 1 shot on target, 1 goal, straight in.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And that's Ortega. To be fair, the second goal, Ortega, like the own goal, Ortega can't do anything about that.
Listen, I always say that. Ortega, I've been backing you, but you're not putting the performance. If you want to go,
and
make sure you shut the door on your way back.
Here's the problem, though. Ederson plays sportly. The people who like Ederson or like the people who like Ortega want Ortega in goal now. Ortega is in goal. Ortega plays poorly. People who like Ederson want Ederson back in goal now. That's the problem. Both
No,
these
the problem
goalkeepers are
is the
not
problem
well.
is the problem is they will not criticize Edison when he had Bozo Chin, but if Ortega has a Bozo Chin, they'll say, "Oh, why is Edison on the bench? I told you, Ortega is shit. Edison should be number one." But we 2-1 up against Real Madrid, and Edison decided to, let me, you know what? I'm too comfortable on the goal. Let me just try a silly pass, see what happened. 2-1 up, 5 minutes to go. What are you doing?
He sometimes thinks he's Neuer. Like that's the thing I say. Like people talk about Ederson like he's Neuer. He's no Neuer.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Ortega, if Ortega does the same, it's going to be a funeral online. Feel forward.
Absolutely.
Nunes. Why Nunes doesn't play midfield? Oh, he gives the ball away too much. He's not good enough to play midfield. He gave the ball away against Wolves last season. That's why he doesn't play in midfield. Well, we're going to Arsenal. They met Emirates this season. Yeah, we 1-0 down. We 1-0 down half time. We come back. We scored the goal, equalised. We were looking pretty good. We were like, okay, it's just equalised the score. We're looking pretty good. I think we're going out there and win. Your star boy decide to give the ball away to Thomas Partey to score the goal.
That is the most incomprehensible, by the way.
If that was Nunes doing that, what would be the reaction?
Bro, Nunez would be dead if he did that. He would never leave the stadium alive if he did that.
Because Nunes done a mad pass in the derby against United, and everyone was at him.
Yeah, I remember that, and I actually criticized that from Pep because
I said the reaction from the fans had towards Nunes and towards Foden for that passing on Thomas Partey. Yeah, no one mentioned anything against for Foden. No one.
For Foden, I don't even have an excuse for that pass. That pass was atrocious from Foden. For Matteus Nunes, during the game, when I was doing my watch along, I did say he should not be right back, he should be left back, because if he's right back, he'll be uncomfortable with the ball in his feet. What ended up happening, uncomfortable with the ball in his feet, gave the Bozo pass. Of course, Bozo moment by him, woeful. But at the very least, I can say, okay, he should have never been right back to begin with. For Foden, that's supposedly his starting position.
Yeah.
But people, they ball on Nunez for out of position, Bozo moment, that Foden, and what should be his main position, does that. Nobody talks. It's pitch silent. And I want to say that a part of that is because of the 5-1 scoreline at the end. But let's be honest, if that ended 2-1, people would have still shepherded Foden. Same with Salvinho, actually. Salvinho is shepherded a lot because he's a new toy. He's new, he's fresh, but he misses a lot of chances, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does. He's been missing a lot of chances. Got 1v1. Even if you remember against Brighton, we were 1-0 up away against Brighton. That was away. We were 1-0 up.
Brazilian space program.
And he had the same exactly chance 1v1 to make 2-0. That was Brighton away this season. So he does the same again. Why? Why is it every time why is there no composure when striking the ball? Why you've got the whole goal up and up to you? Just pick a corner. Why are you going low in between the goalkeeper's leg? Pick a corner.
Sometimes these players wants to be too slick, though. Like I look at Pat trying to go between the legs. Why? Are you trying to get a highlights reel up? Like this is about winning a game of football, not a highlights reel.
But you can't be going fancy when your team needs a goal. It's when you're 6-0 up. It's when you try the madness.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
You remember the goal?
Haaland against Juve, 0-0, 1v1 against the goalkeeper. You've got the whole goal. Why are you trying to chip the goalkeeper?
Yeah, I remember that actually.
Yeah.
Like Haaland had a woeful game against Juventus, by the way. He was woeful that game against Juventus.
It's just decision making. It's been awful. Every single one of them.
Yeah. And the favorite goal I like to use here as example is Leroy Sané against Stoke City. You remember the assist from De Bruyne to Leroy Sané against Stoke City?
Yeah.
That is my favorite example because both Doku and Savinho will find a way to miss that. Both of them miss that. Let's be honest, they miss.
Yeah, they're just not clinical enough.
Absolutely.
Because at the end of the day, yeah, Raheem Sterling wasn't clinical. If you remember his first season, the guy used to miss sitters, and he still did, even when he was banging 25 goals. Even when he was scoring 25 goals, you still used to miss sitters. But it was like 4 times. Like if he had Raheem Sterling, if he had 4 chances, he would make sure 3 is in the back of the net, and he would miss another one of the chances. Yeah. No, he used to.
He had his good and bad games. I think he was having consistent play, Raheem Sterling.
Yeah. But still, even though he used to miss it quite a lot, he used to score a lot of goals.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with our wingers, they don't have goals in them. They don't. Let's face it.
Which is weird, actually, because I watch a lot of La Liga. I love watching La Liga, and Savinho in La Liga, he was clinical. Like I watched him in La Liga, he gets into. Come again?
Was it clinical?
He was pretty clinical. Like he would miss like 2 chances and score the third. Which okay, maybe that's not clinical enough, but that's way more clinical than he has this season, isn't it? And when I watched Savinho that season, he would get a ball, he would score, and he got a bunch of assists to Dovbyk as well. When I watch him this season, I think it's maybe the pressure, or I don't know what it is, but it needs to fix up. I don't know why Savinho is failing to score here this season, but what I do know, is Oscar de Bob, when he's back, Oscar de Bob is composed. Take his goal against Newcastle. The composure there, neither Savinho nor Doku scored that. That is some level of composure that those two don't have. When they come in front of the net, they panic. Both of them, they panic. And ask Matteus what he thinks about Frimpong rumors. Jeremy Frimpong. I'm sorry, did your audio cut out? You're muted.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Sorry.
Hey,
so, Frimpong is a no for me. It's a no. I don't really watch YouTube highlights because I play football. I play football every Monday in my Power League team. We've got a league.
Yeah.
If you capture me moments in there, you would buy me for you buy me to play ahead of Rodri, or even ahead of John Stones, because I would look good on 2 minutes highlights on YouTube. Let's face it.
Absolutely, I can make highlights if everyone make losers.
I decided. I was watching Champions League. It was Inter it was Leverkusen Inter. The game finished 0-0. So I watched so Xabi Alonso went with 4-2-3-1 tactics, and he went to Frimpong as his right winger. Even when he played 3 at the back, Frimpong either plays in the right wing back. He never plays as a right back.
Yeah.
And he can't defend. Listen, he looks good going forward. He does in terms of putting crosses in, taking players on. He's got the speed, he's got the technique.
Mm-hmm.
However, we don't play with wing backs.
We don't. But here is my counter argument, because
at the same time, because if we had, we would keep Angelino and Sergio Gomez, the likes of Sergio Gomez, because they're a player that play the same position as Frimpong.
Yeah. But so here's my thing with Frimpong, though. I don't mind getting him, but he can't be our main right back. If we get to Frimpong,
Because,
there are games where we can use Frimpong, let's be honest.
okay,
But-
because we can't defend.
Yeah, but
Do you all agree with that? We can't defend.
we can't defend, but we have to get multiple defenders in there. Theo Hernandez, as I said
If
earlier.
we can't defend, why would you get an attacking fullback or an attacking right wing back?
Because he won't play every game. We will have Klosterman. Klosterman is the one I really want, yeah. Klosterman, really good right back for Leipzig. Haven't watched him in 2 years, so he might be shit now, but he was good when I watched him. He, on that right back area, is super solid. But going forwards, he's not the same as like an attacking fullback. Then you get an attacking fullback in there.
Right, okay, Alf. No,
Yeah.
let's face it. You taking one of the Leverkusen main man who plays every single minute for Leverkusen when he's fit,
Yeah.
plays every single game, and you're telling him, come to City, but you're not going to be playing every game. You're not going to be our main man.
I would do that. And I like, he's not a big guy.
Do you think he would take that?
I think he might, and I think he might not. And
Why?
I would not be distraught if he says no, because that is just like, go in, see if you can get him. And if you can, he came through City's academy. Like, you do have to remember that. And we can offer him more wages than by Leverkusen can. If we can offer him decent minutes, not a lot, but decent minutes, there is a chance. And I'm not saying it's a likely chance, by the way, but if he takes it, why not?
I don't think you want. How much would you buy him for?
40 million is the asking price from what I see.
Okay, 40 mil. Yeah. See the problem. So the problem with what I'm seeing from City fans, they just want players in. That's where
You also have to get players out, by the way.
The problem is you're getting these players that are playing week in, week out for their team, but when you're telling them come to City so you can be the second choice, you won't be playing every week, but you'll be playing an odd game there and there. They won't come. They might want to come to City for the first year to get their wages, but if they're not getting the right game in time, they'll ask to leave. Just what happened to Alvarez.
I don't mind though. Alvarez was good for us when he was here, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
So the problem is,
replace them accurately.
the problem is when it's the same situation where, let's say for example, the fan base. Yeah, the fans, City fans, they want to get Bruno Guimaraes in.
Well, that ship has sailed.
That
ship has sailed. It's way too late now.
So they want Bruno Guimaraes. I watched the LB shows and they were like, "Oh, Bruno Guimaraes would be perfect." Bloody yad. Right, okay. Bruno Guimaraes would be perfect. So Bruno Guimaraes would be a player that if you were going to get him, that would be £90 million or even 100. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's got to be a guarantee starter in the team.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Yes. So you've got Roger in there, who's a starter in the team. So what happened to the shiny new toy that you just got from Porto? You pay £60 million for?
Well, that's the thing, though. The moment we signed Nico Gonzalez, I think Bruno Guimaraes is done. If we did not sign Nico Gonzalez, I would not mind Bruno Guimaraes.
Because see, with the sign with Nico Gonzalez signing, fans are going saying, "Oh, he will play next to Roger and yada yada, or Roger can play in an 8 position." You don't take a Ballon d'Or, the best player in the world, out of his best position to accommodate someone else. Rodri, no. Rodri is the best in his position. The best.
Yes, the best.
He likes to play in that central role. He doesn't want to play the left 8 where he needs to run up and down, creating, put crosses in. He likes to be in between the centre halves, in between the midfield 2 up front. This is what, because he's got to read the game as a whole on the football pitch.
Yeah.
When he sits in that position, he can see where the striker is, where the 2 midfield, where the wingers, where's the full backs, and where Mr. Centre halves. So holding midfield player is his best position. You do not take Rodri out of there and put in an 8 to go up and down, running in the box to accommodate Nico Gonzalez. You don't.
I agree, and let me respond to that. First of all, I do agree, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here. But I do agree with what you say, but just to play devil's advocate, right? Lionel Messi did not played out of position at Barcelona after he won 3 Ballon d'Ors in a row. And then he won a 4th after playing out of position. So it is possible. Maybe Lionel Messi is a bad example because it's Lionel fucking Messi. But you can put a Ballon d'Or winner out of position and maybe he'll play even better there. I'm not saying that will happen, but
Lionel Messi is an attacking player. You're talking about holding midfielders. Yeah. It's a way completely different position, bro. It's like asking DOKU to play left and right. Even in the middle. Come on.
Middle is very different from... Like, we used to have wingers who can play both wings. We don't have that anymore in modern football. I wish we had a winger who can play both wings. We really miss that in modern football, I think. But what I would do is Rodri as the 6, Nico Gonzalez as the 8, and have them as that double pivot there, and make Gonzalez accommodate for Rodri, and make Gonzalez learn under Rodri, because let's be honest, he's just had an ACL injury. He has 3, maybe 4 years left in his career. Once you get an ACL injury, you're on a time limit. So he's only got 3 to 4 years left at the highest level. And that's being generous, I believe. If he gets injured again, that's got shorter even more. So Nico Gonzalez needs to accommodate Rodri, not the other way around, in my opinion.
Right, okay. So would you buy another midfielder this summer?
Yes, Barrios, and here is why. Barrios.
Who would you buy?
Barrios.
Who's that?
From Atletico Madrid. And he is coming off the bench at Atletico Madrid already, and he looks incredible in my opinion. He has very similar style to Rodri. He can play as a 6, as an 8, and I think he's perfect. Because
so would you buy another defensive midfielder? That's 3 already.
Yeah, but Rodri, here's the thing, Rodri can't play the full 90s anymore.
That's why you've got a Kovacic.
No, I want Ben Kovacic off.
And Nico.
Do you think Pep is playing Nico O'Reilly?
No. I mean Nico Gonzalez, because Pep never played with 2 hold midfielders. He will play one or the other.
Yeah, but Pep has to adapt. I'm not Pep.
No. Of anyone, I'm gonna tell you in this chat, in this stream, anyone who thinks that Pep, when Rodri comes back, that Pep will line up with 2 holding midfielders in Nico and Rodri is deluded. Pep will put one, Nico will go on the bench. Pep only plays with one holding midfielder. That's it. If he wanted to, we would have been saying, Nico and Kovacic more often.
Yes, that is true. That is absolutely true. But...
Or we would have been saying even last season, Rodri and Kovacic more often. But he wasn't. He was. No. He was playing Alvarez and Foden, and Rodri behind them.
We also did see Rodri and Kovacic quite a few times.
Yeah, we did. But how many games? 5.
I honestly can't remember. 10 games, maybe. I think.
Yeah, 10, 5, exactly. So how many games we played the whole season? 54.
Yeah, 54 games. So yeah, I see what you're saying, but
so 10% of this, 10% of the games.
Yeah, and I agree.
Don't get me wrong. He will in some games he will play Nico and Rodri. However, in most of the games, no, I only want one holding midfielder. That's it.
Yeah, and if that's what Pep wants to do, and let's be honest, he probably does, but if that's what Pep wants to do, I don't want Barrios anymore. But Pep Guardiola has said himself, football has changed and we need to adapt. He said next season I will change. Now he's a liar. We all know Pep lies. We all know Pep lies. But if Pep is actually going to change how he plays football, then I think going to that 4-2-3-1 system.
What change do you want to see? What change do you want to see?
More balanced. Pep Guardiola is way extreme.
No. Do you want to see it change in tactics? Do you want to see
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
changes, how we play, on the way we play? When you say the tactics, what do you want to see?
I want to see more balanced play. Right now, we're not balanced. We just get the ball, we play possession, we hold on to it. No forward passes, no creativity from the wingers. We always play in a single monotone way. There's a lack of directness. We always press up so high. We always play with a high line. That's I want to see more balanced style.
Yeah, but that's how he wants to play, because if you watch Pep Guardiola in his press conference, if
Yeah.
we had more possession than the opposition, he always come up and say we played really well.
Yeah, but we didn't
He
play.
comes up and say you play really, really good. I like the way the team is playing. So that's that. See, the problem is with the Pep is if we're not giving too much to the opposition, if we are contained the opposition in their own half,
Yeah.
doesn't matter we're causing any threats. Doesn't matter we taste it like we testing the goalkeeper. As long as we got a ball, we contain the position, we're stopping them in the counter, we're playing well. If the game finished 0-0, Pep will come up and say we played really, really, really well.
But that's not true, though, is it?
Yeah,
Pep
but
might say that's not
the
true.
problem is, yeah, the opposition are really comfortable on the pitch. They don't care about possession. They would allow us sideways, backward. They just say, right, okay, let's stay really compact. Let's stay with discipline. The cross will come in. Let's head it out.
Yeah.
What we're gonna do when we get the ball, yeah, be ready. Let's start running. Hit them in a counter, because they're so high up the pitch, they won't be able to track back on every single one of them.
I completely agree with that, and that's why Pep needs to change, isn't it?
So, would you think he would change?
Well, that's a difficult question, isn't it? Honestly, with Pep, I just don't know it's Pep. I really don't, and I think that's such a lame answer from me. But
I don't think he would change.
That's fair. Honestly, that's fair. But here's the thing, yeah, I'm so torn because I think, like, on one side, Pep is Pep. He doesn't want to change. On the other side, he's had the worst season of his career. He's had to change some stuff in his football philosophy before. Now he's at a point where if he doesn't change, he could be looking at back-to-back worst seasons in his career. Now, we don't know what's coming in the summer. None of us do, let's be honest. We could be seeing the board telling Pep here, these are the players you're getting, and then you can play your old football again. Could happen, but if Pep doesn't change, football is changing. And football will move on from Pep, like it moved on from Jose Mourinho. And these managers are not eternal. Genius managers are the ones who go out the fastest. Because you burn the brightest, you go out faster. Pep Guardiola needs to adapt. And if he can't adapt, then he'll burn out.
Let me throw a very, very difficult scenario and a very difficult question for you and the chat. If Pep Guardiola comes next season, Pep Guardiola changing field things, tweak his tactics, his way of playing, and he works, we going out there and win the league, win a cup, maybe win a Carabao Cup, just fell short in the Champions League and whatnot. Yeah, cool. Happy days. We turn things around. Yeah, we're gonna give him his flower. We're gonna praise him. If he doesn't change, we're going to the following season. Rodri's back. Yeah, we got a few transfers in. We got a few new players in. Because let's face it, if we get maybe 3 or 4 players in the summer,
yeah,
that in total there'll be 8 signings in 2 windows.
Yes.
Yeah, that's enough signings.
Absolutely.
8. Yeah.
Yes.
And let's say things do not improve. We keep playing the same sideways ball in football. We keep playing struggling to perform. Would the fan base call it a day and just say, right, okay, there's new players in town, the new players still struggling, same way as the old player was struggling.
Mm-hmm.
You start looking, maybe, this isn't working. Listen, we're gonna rename one of the stands with your name, but it might just need a different voice in the dressing room.
You know, I wanted Pep sacked after Feyenoord, right?
Hmm?
I wanted Pep sacked after Feyenoord, so you're the great thing to be converted. My Feyenoord headloss was beautiful, bro. Now, Man City fan base is very different, I think. I think if you say to the Man City fan base, sack
Because
Pep, they're gonna lose it. I think if we sacked Pep Guardiola at Feyenoord, we could have fixed the season from there. I think now it's way too late to sack him, so don't bother. The season is gone anyways. If he plays 40 next season, he has to go, in my opinion.
See, because why are we getting rid of most of the players that they brought in a lot of success in this football club, a lot of trophies? Because not just because they watched. Yeah, well, they are. Let's face it. But at the same time, it's because I just feel like there's no motivation for them to play for Manchester City anymore. They've achieved everything. They've won everything. When they got them, yeah, that's what I'm. That's my next question. The same goes to the manager, because let's face it, at the beginning of the season, yeah, he was thinking, "This is my last year." Rather than going to a rebuild, and this is going to be my last year, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be the last year of many of these players. Let's go for one last dance.
Yeah.
The same group. Let's go for one last dance. We've won 4 in a row.
Let's try to get 5.
Make it even more difficult. We as a group, let's go and get 5 in a row. Yeah. One last dance. If we do it, I'm going to just tell the fan base, if I feel like we are going to win the title by March, I'm going to announce I'm leaving. And some of you guys maybe announce that you're also leaving. New manager comes in, well, yeah. Obviously, it didn't work out. So, Rodri, KDB was performing really well at the start of the season. He was mad. He was in form. Rodri comes in for Arsenal. We were playing well. Rodri goes off injured for the rest of the season. KDB then goes off injured. Well, KDB actually got off injured before Rodri.
Yeah.
And we didn't know. If we just thought KDB might just be a precaution or just like injury, he would be back anytime soon. But KDB wasn't getting fit for a number of weeks, and started being concerned. So with Rodri injured, the team was struggling. Pep Guardiola might thought that, right, okay, I can't live in this condition, so I'm gonna sign in 2 years, get the rebuild, and get the club back on track. However, when you're doing that, I don't think he was doing for the right reason, because you want to sign a new deal because you want to put the club in a much better place. However, you should be staying because you still have that firepower in you to dominate, go and win more trophies. But you decide to stay because you feel like, I can't leave the club in this condition. I need to put them in a better place. Just like a bit of Arsene Wenger.
Yeah. He should have been way gone before he was sacked.
Where he felt like, I need to hang on. I just need to do this bit here, just this bit there. But when you're doing that, you will struggle.
The mindset is not correct. Mentality is not correct, is it? And mentality is so important in football.
Yeah, because you have to. If you don't have that mentality of, right, okay, we have. Let's say, for example, I always ask what people what's it. I think I was talking to Martin.
Yeah.
Martin said, I'm gonna just start judging Pep next season. I'm not gonna judge him this season. And fair enough. Okay, be allowed to have a season off. But okay. And what happened is, if we don't win the league next season and we don't win any trophies, and he was like, but if we challenge, then it's okay.
Well, what
And
does challenge mean, though? What does challenge mean? Like,
yeah, if let's say we finish second, we just challenge, we just there about there and there. But I was like, I don't. But if he we just challenge, we felt sure we don't win the title, would you still keep him on? We basically saying yes. But so that you're just telling me that you will not, you won't be able to move on from Pep because
absolutely. And I
because
said that.
let's face it, if we don't win the league next season, it's not good enough.
I completely agree.
If
You're preaching to the converted. You're preaching to the
if
converted.
we're going to that rebuild, we've spent 200 million in January. We're going to spend 300 million in the summer. That's £500 million.
Which, by the way, let me just interject that as well. No
Anything.
City manager has ever spent £500 million without winning a league title before
Exactly.
Pep.
Exactly. Anything other than either the league title or the Champions League is not good enough. I'm sorry. But we have to sit down and say, right, okay. When I say I want a new manager next season, is because I'm trying to protect the legacy of the manager.
There you go. I've been saying that all season.
I'm going to run it back to December 2023. Aston Villa away. After that game, I went to that game. I came out the ground, Villa Park. We were in a coach, me and my friends, and I said, I hope Kyle Walker comes out and announce that he's leaving at the end of the season. I know he signed a new deal in the summer 4 months ago. That was at the time. I want him to come out and say, this is my last season at Manchester City. I'm leaving at the end of the season. I've just signed a new deal, all right, but I'm leaving at the end of the season. The reason why I said, and I said to my mates, the reason why I want him to do that is to protect his legacy, because if he stays for another year, which is this season 2020, 24, 25, the fans will turn on him. They'll start turning on him. They will start, he will get bad because his performance has been in decline. But if he's got that ego to stay again for another season, it will get nastier. He needs to go in the summer. 12 months after, the fans start turning on him.
Here's the thing.
Wait there. I went back in October, November last year, 2024, and I said it. That was in Jan. No, it was in Jan. Yeah, it was this year. And I said, KDB needs to go in this summer.
Wait, this summer?
This summer, yeah. None of this reduced wage and the 1 year deal. No, it needs to go. You've cemented, you've been one of the greatest players to ever play in the Premier League and probably Manchester history. Yeah. But there is one thing now that the fans, especially this season, because the results are not going our way, they're going to start they turning on news, their attention to news as a player. Yeah. And you can see the criticism on KDB, although it's not just KDB's fault, but KDB just needs to come out and say, right, okay, this is my last season. I've done all I can. I've achieved everything. Then let play out the whole the end of the entire season until the season ends, because that way, if you announce it, the fans will get behind. The fans will not, even the ones who want you out, they'll say, okay, he announced he's leaving. Let's just remember what he's done for the football club.
Absolutely.
In the Pep's case, the reason why I say we need a new manager is because there is a maybe 5% of the fan base, or even 7%, that they want Pepe to go this season.
And that's going to keep going.
However, if we don't win the title next season, or we don't win any major honors, that 5-7% will go up to 30 or 40.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want the ones that want Pep to stay will be just purely on sentiment and thinking the things that he achieved. And the ones who want Pep to go is because, right, okay, 2 years without a league title is not good enough. Look at the amount of money we spend. We backed him and whatnot.
Absolutely.
So when I say, right, okay, I hope we need to get a new manager next season, is because I'm trying to protect Pep's legacy. I don't want to Pep ending up being the same way as Kyle Walker, because Kevin De Bruyne is moving towards the way Kyle Walker was treated.
Absolutely. Bernardo Silva as well.
Bernardo Silva is going to that way. So this because the performance is not improving. Because we criticize the players because they keep doing the same thing. They're not good enough on the pitch. They're not working hard enough. And we criticize the manager because he keeps doing the same thing, picking up the same players who are underperforming, the same way of play, not change in-game management, not make substitution early. He's been doing that since the last season, and he carries on doing this season. What makes
He's been doing that since before last season, to be fair.
What makes you change that is going to change next season? It will be the same. So there'll be if he stays and things don't improve, there'll be a massive division within the fan base. I'm telling you that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And the division is already it's not massive yet. The division is already dead in the fan base. Think that I've been talking for a while now about Pep Guardiola moving down the Wenger route. I think he might be like kind of a mini Wenger. He'll be gone way sooner because we have a more serious board here and a more, I guess, what's the correct word? I guess a fan base with high standards than all due respect Arsenal. Pep Guardiola, here's the thing people need to realize. For everything Pep has won, sure, I grew up watching Man City be a mid-table team for about 4 years of my life. For about 4 years of my life, I knew Man City as a mid-table team. I don't know how old you are, but you grew up watching Man City mid-table. Most fans of Man City have watched Man City win league title after league title after league title after league title. Maybe not most fans, but a lot of fans. Those fans don't care that Pep Guardiola has won all that stuff. And one, he's going to ruin his legacy if he says he's not got any excuse about being backed or not. He's been bored since the treble, as Rosa says here in the chat. And one most important thing, his tactics are outdated. They are. His revolutionary tactics are 18 years old. Next season, they'll be 19 years old. People need to realize this. Jose Mourinho, 20 years after his first breakthrough, his tactics stopped working.
I don't think it's more the tactics, but I think it's the type of players that he wants to build the game around. They're not physical. They're not quick. They haven't got any pace especially in the middle of the park. Look at Baleba for that chance where he should have scored. He made the run from the entire midfield.
Yeah.
Who in our squad can a midfielder who can make those run? Probably just Nunes, and he's playing right back.
He wasn't playing at all.
Because Bernardo can run, Gundogan can run, Foden
not
can't
anymore.
run.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I agree on one side again, but I look at Barcelona. They like the goal here is not to go complete opposite of Pep. Complete opposite is not what we're going for. But what I want to see is more balanced. Barcelona with Hansi Flick this season, not sure how much you've watched them, it's like a more balanced Man City team. A Man City team that will make that direct pass, that has that more balanced midfield, that is willing to defend a bit more. That's what Barcelona is under Hansi Flick. It's more balanced. The style of play is more balanced.
Yeah. But the thing with Barcelona are quick. As soon as they hit they get the ball, they don't see the problem with Man City. Yeah, Pep said himself, I hate transitional games. I hate to go too much in transition.
Yeah.
That's why he selected like Gundo and Bernardo Silva, because when we win the ball, we need to make sure, the opposition is on the halfway line.
Yeah.
Even though we had the chance to go on a counter, Bernardo Silva would do a 360, 3-4 touches, let them organize themselves in their own halfway line, and let's start building up. With Barcelona,
Absolutely.
Barcelona doesn't play like that. You win the ball, get to Lamine Yamal or get to Rafinha. Let's go.
Yeah. And
I mean, and
but
you've
we
got
used to do that too.
and you've got Balde running up from that defense all the way to attack, and then you've got Julius Kunde, who's been running a lot quite well. We don't have that, and we do have that. However, we don't want to play like that.
Absolutely.
And this season, it has been safety first.
Yeah.
Safety first. It's like we don't take risks anymore. Why?
We never really took risks unless De Bruyne was on that pitch. So here's the thing: unless De Bruyne was on that pitch, we never took risks. And this is something I get flamed for whenever I say it. But I will say it again now. Pep Guardiola is better when his assistant doesn't hate him but disagrees with him. When his assistant never agrees, that's when Pep is better. Mikel Arteta is completely different philosophy-wise than Pep Guardiola. We played some of the best football with Mikel Arteta at the club. I'm not saying he's a great manager, because he isn't, but he's a great lieutenant, because he will tell Pep, this is stupid. He will just say straight up, this is stupid. And Pep Guardiola, he has just too tunnel vision sometimes, isn't he? He's just too tunnel vision. He doesn't want to counter, so he won't counter. He needs to get that out of his mind. And let's again on Pep, if next season he's big if he's willing to play that more transitional football, balling. But if he doesn't, he has to go. And if he has to go, if we keep him in the summer, get his rebuild, and then fuck him off 3 months later. Good luck to the next manager. A bunch of players he didn't want.
When I was in the space with Tony Blue and Martin, that was back in October last year, and they asked me, that was even before Pep was there, and he asked me, who would you want? I said, I think we were linked to Amorim. Remember when the Amorim news came out, we were linked to him and whatnot.
Yes.
And I said, I don't want any Amorim. I don't want any Vincent Kompany, but these two are just not good enough. I want Simeone Inzaghi. And they were like, Simeone Inzaghi is too negative defensive football. And I was like, why would you say it's the defensive football? But look at the way they play in the Champions League. No. Inter scored the most goals in the Serie A and considered listed goals in the Serie A. So that's attacking football. The difference is when you see Simeone Inzaghi is when he goes away to big teams, he will make sure he doesn't lose. As you should when you're playing Champions League football. Away games, make sure you're tough to beat.
Yeah.
Like what Simeone does, Inzaghi, because how many away games in European football we go gung-ho and we get slapped in the face?
Pretty much everywhere in Europe today this season.
Yeah. Liverpool away, remember? Monaco.
Yeah. Monaco was just poor for a bunch of I'm taking back Lyon. Lyon was just we should have won that game to poor finish.
It's because we are approaching game the same way as we would.
What was our best season in Europe?
Against Burnley, like in the Premier League.
What was our best season in Europe?
The treble.
And how did we play in the treble against Bayern Munich?
We're going away. If you look away against Real Madrid, none of the fullbacks none of the fullbacks were going up and down the pitch. They will stay behind. Against Real Madrid, keep it tight, low block,
Absolutely.
and let's get a result here. We done against Bayern Munich as well. Low block. If you remember the 2 goals got against Bayern Munich, it was ball over the top to Haaland. Haaland chased that up. De Bruyne made the run, counter attack because we were so low on the pitch.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how. And that was under Maresca, because Maresca built that defensive back line.
Absolutely.
But under Pep, he will not change his philosophy for the sake of anything. Any away game, he will just go, boom, let's attack it. We concede. And people, whenever it was explained that to people, the reason why I want Inzaghi is because he will adapt to the opposition. He does. The only reason why you're saying he's so defensive is because if Inzaghi goes to the Etihad, if he wins 1-0 at home and his second leg is at the Etihad, he will make sure that game is finishing 0-0. Or even 1-1. Do you know what I mean?
Here's my thing though. Like, first of all, if you think Simeone and Inzaghi is defensive, you should watch him in smaller games against weaker opposition.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't play the same. Against weaker opposition.
He wins 4-5-0.
Well, not that much this season, but he gets goals up the pitch. If he had a more lethal striker, he would win 4-5-0.
Imagine if he had the Erling Haaland.
He would destroy that league with Erling Haaland.
And besides, let's face it, and we need someone to coach the centre half how to defend, how to stay organized at the back.
Absolutely. We need, well, don't say that. Maybe people will start talking about company.
That's why Fernandinho is joined. And
hopefully that's why he joins. We still don't know anything about Fernandinho's philosophy. Like, let's be honest, you don't know a player's philosophy from watching them play football, do you now? You only know it's one second manager. Yeah, go ahead. So, Rosa, pull up the managers list. We should pull up the managers list because I have 20 possible, not suggested, but possible managers for Man City. A list that we made together. Some of them are pretty poor choices, to be honest, but what Matteus said there was absolutely facts about being hard to beat. And I feel like I've talked about this with Sava before, Football Heritage TV, if you don't know the channel. And he says the same thing about Ange Postecoglou. But then when you turn it around to Pep Guardiola, it's like, oh, no, it's Pep. And I feel like a lot of people look at it that way. It's not different because it's Pep. Whether Ange Postecoglou makes this mistake or Pep Guardiola, it's the same mistake being made by a manager over and over and over. I feel like but have you noticed I'm not doing game reviews as much anymore? Have you noticed I'm not doing a lot of game reviews? It's because I literally don't know what to say. Because I've said this stuff since we were winning games early in the season. I really don't know what to say anymore in these game reviews. Do I need to repeat myself in these game reviews?
Yeah, because it's just the same thing. It's the same thing every week.
Absolutely.
Listen, it's like when we go on streams, we just say the same thing because we're saying the same thing on the football pitch.
Yeah.
When people say, I read the comments, someone on social media and say, "Oh, Pep has been changed. Pep changed things. The way we played against Nottingham Forest was completely different. The way we played against Brighton." And it's like, difference in one sense. It was pretty much the same. The only difference was Brighton dropped deep. Nottingham Forest dropped deep. Yeah, and they would play in a counter, but they were really comfortable when they didn't have the ball. And Brighton, when they had the ball, they were passing. They were making a lot of passes. And their build-up was better. The only difference is Nottingham Forest doesn't play on the build-up, and Brighton does. But forget about how they play. The way we approach the game is the same. Get the balls to the winger will cut inside, get on the byline for a cross, they'll hit the first man, they'll clear. That's it.
Yeah, people confuse us changing style and opponents playing differently.
Yeah.
I think people like
and
people.
also they also confuse that changing personnel means that we've changed the tactics.
And it doesn't.
Just because Foden is on the bench and Bernardo Silva is playing doesn't mean anything. They'll just do the same thing.
Yeah, you can change the screws. The machine still works the same way, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a list here of managers. 20 managers, non-exhaustive, that could realistically come to Man City. Except the last one. The last one is not very realistic, but we'll go through it. And if you don't know any of the managers, don't worry. I've put in some very niche managers in here just to have fun. Number 1, Hein van Azenbroek. You've never heard of him, probably. Hein van Azenbroek, he is a proper, just old school coach. He just coaches players. But I doubt anyone knows him, so moving on. Allegri. He got sacked recently from Juventus. Probably he wants a new job. Allegri won a lot of titles with Juventus. You could say he's washed though, but Allegri, he will play a more balanced football. Valverde, Ernesto Valverde, this season with Athletic Bilbao. Not sure if you've watched Athletic Bilbao.
No. Don't like him.
You don't like him?
No, he's a scrub. He's a scrub.
I don't think he's a scrub. I think he's done very well with that team, but not sure if I'd rate him highly enough for the Man City. By the way, the first managers I rate the least. As I go down the list, I rate them more and more. So yeah.
Wasn't he the guy who was managing Barcelona when they had a 3-0 lead? Then they went to Anfield and they conceded 4-0.
I think that's a different Valverde.
He was him. Just put it Liverpool 4-0 Barcelona.
Oh yeah.
Right. And look at the lineup and see who was the manager.
Yeah.
It was him. Yeah. Wasn't it? Told you. Nah, just forget it. And I watched because I watch La Liga quite a lot, and I watched him closely. He was really poor. Tactically, he was awful. It was really, really poor, and he was winning games. Obviously, he was relying on the brilliance of Lionel Messi to bail him out. But nah, we can't do that because we need someone. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
For me, yeah, I get it. People will say, right, you need to trust Pep. Pep will make it right. Give him a season, give him a few money to spend. But yada. I get it. It's fine. Listen, for what he puts, like from what he wants for us, he kind of deserves that second season or maybe next season and build him up. When I hear people saying this rebuild will not just take the summer, you might have to wait for the summer after. This is where I kind of say no. I kind of start right.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, but you don't need to buy the whole entire 25-man squad in order to start producing results.
We already have Haaland stayed. We already have Bar coming from loan. We already have Tate stayed.
Yeah, because let's face it, there is not that many tools that you need. When people say about rebuild, let's get on the players that will stay. Pep likes to go with the 21-man squad.
For some reason, yes.
I think next season we'll go with 25-man squad. Yeah. Let's put 25. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
But let's say let's focus on the players that will stay. The 4 new players will stay, which is Kusanov, Vitor Reis, Omar Marmoush, and Nico.
Absolutely.
Diaz will stay.
Diaz will
stay. Josko Vardy will stay. That's 6.
Yes.
We go into Rodri, Foden. That's 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we going into with Rico Lewis will stay. That's 9.
He might be loaned out, I think.
He will stay. That's 9. Akanji will stay. That's 10.
Probably.
Akanji will not go anywhere.
Probably.
Akanji's Pep's favorite. That's 10. Then you've got Oscar Bob, Echeverri, Erling Haaland, Foden.
You already said Foden.
I've said Foden.
Yeah, you've already said him.
Oscar Bob, Echeverri, Haaland, Doku, and
Savinho.
Yeah, that's 15. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we know not everyone will be sold. So you've got Akin, John Stones, Grealish, Kovacic, Nunes, yada yada yada. I don't think all the ones will be sold.
Walker is still out, player. Walker is still out. He's only on loan.
Walker will go. Because
yeah, but you can't sell 10 players in a window. Well, you can, but it's very difficult to sell 10 players in a window.
One of the goalkeepers will stay. I presume it's going to be Ortega.
I think Ortega will stay as a backup.
As a number 2. Yeah. That's 16.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're looking at 16 players ready to stay in this current squad. So we are looking to get it under the 5.
Not 5 to 9 at most.
Well, I don't think you can, because obviously you still got the
but like
Nico Riley to give them a minute. So you still have. I don't think all these players like
Yuma Barker back from loan.
Gundam will stay.
Yeah, I think so too. Unfortunately,
at 17, because Gundo, if he plays 60% of the games this season, he activates automatically. I think he will stay for another season.
I think he needs 2 or 3 more games, and it's 9 games left. He'll definitely get that.
He will play.
Yeah.
Pep loves him, and Pep wants him to stay. So we're talking about 17. And I think we will not sell. So we've got Ake, John Stones, De Bruyne, Jack Grealish, Bernardo Silva, Kovacic, Nunes. That is 7. That's 7 players. I don't think we will be able to sell all the 7.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like maybe we can loan some of them out, but like that's just rough, isn't it? That's rough. So, same like with João Cancelo.
Well, what people say, I'm going to head to my point, is where people say, "Oh, the rebuild may take 2 summers." Well, we're talking about 17 players that's going to stay already that Pep trust. So we're going to probably buy 4 or 5, 3 or 4 more, and adding to that 70, that'll be 21. So you pretty much hold the squad of the size that Pep likes. He might do 1 or 2 in the academy to make it the whole squad bigger, but that's a rebuild already. In its sense, you cannot say that, oh, we need another summer, because the manager himself, he needs to get the best out of the players that he's got. Where is the coaching? You can't just say we will only judge once he's got 25 new players, because at the end of the day, where's the coaching? Why do you spend
when people say we'll only judge when the season is like next season, his tools are not this bad. We should be top 4 comfortably. Like people talk about not having the tools.
Are we getting top 4?
You're making my head rattle, mate. Do you think we're getting top 5 or top 4? Sorry, let's start with that. Screw top 5, top 4. No,
we're not getting top 4.
I don't think so either.
Top 5, maybe we're not getting top 4. So we've got Leicester at home. They pull. We should beat them. United away. We're not gonna win that. Forget it. We've got Palace at home.
Bro. We've been cooked by Amorim already, bro.
We're not gonna win that. So let's face it. Palace at home. We don't know. Everton away, we're not gonna win it. Aston Villa home, we're not gonna win it. Let's face it. And we need to be realistic here.
Yeah.
You can't just say, "Oh, is Man City." Let's be realistic. Yeah. Wolves are home. We will win.
Yes.
Southampton away, we'll win. Bournemouth at home, we'll not win that. Fulham away. Listen, I don't. Top 5, we might scrape into the top 5, but top 4, we're not making it.
You know what, yeah?
We're just not consistent enough. And how many draws we've had this season?
Like
6 draws, 9 losses.
Yeah, we've dropped more. We've had more games point drops than wins, which we normally don't do. Like I look at the same fixtures as you. I think we might beat Bournemouth. Might, because like if we get like a winning run going there, Wolves, Southampton, with luck, Aston Villa, but realistically not, then we might beat Bournemouth. But that's me being very positive here. I don't think we'll get a 4-win winning run, which is basically what I'm saying here. I don't think that will happen.
So we want Newcastle is a point behind us. If they,
with a game in hand.
With a game in hand, they win the game in hand. All of a sudden we're 6th, and Newcastle just won a trophy. They want to make sure their next steps is to get that Champions League football. They've just won a trophy, the first trophy in 70 odd years.
Those players are full with confidence after that, by the way.
Let's go for top 4, and they will make it because they're so gassed up for the Champions League. I think their next game they've got Brentford at home. They'll probably win it. The fans are going to be on it. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
The players are going to be on it. Then they've got Leicester. Leicester, shit. They're going to beat Leicester. Yeah,
that's 3 points.
Then they've got United at home.
They'll win that. Any home game they win.
They've got back-to-back home games at United and Palace.
So we're looking at 4 wins in a row.
So their next 6 fixture, they only got 2 away, which is Leicester and Villa. Villa is going to be tough because Villa is also on the top 4 fights, but Leicester is going to be easy. It's a walk in the park. At home, they've got United, who are crap, Brentford, who are all right, Palace, they're going to beat Palace, and Ipswich Town.
Yep.
So, just looking at that, bro, they look like 12 points minimum, or even 15 out of.
Well, they beat Brentford is 3, Leicester is 6, Man United is 9, Crystal Palace is 12, Ipswich is 15. They probably beat Chelsea at home. We're looking at 18 points. Potentially beat Everton at home. 21 points potentially at the end of the season.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
Do you think Pep has to go? I think you do, but Pep has to go right now, or at the end of the season, if we don't get top 5, I assume.
If we don't get top 5?
Yeah. If we don't get Champions League, basically.
I
think it has to be a bare minimum.
He has to get Champions League because I don't think because Pep is getting pressured from the club.
Yeah.
Because for the club to go out there and spend 200 million in January, club himself, he's not just Khaldun though.
They're not doing that for charity.
Yeah, because he might be friends with Khaldun, but Khaldun works around other people and say, right, okay, we need to make sure we get that Champions League for the sponsors, for the income, for the revenue.
You lose a lot of revenue.
That's why
when you don't get
that's why every time he comes in the press conference and say we've got 9 finals and that's why he goes to game with the same players because he said he knows that he has to get Champions League football, and he also thinks that in order to get Champions League football, I have to play the players that I trust rather than the new lads.
Yeah, and but that's a sunk cost fallacy by Pep, isn't it?
Yeah, for me, I don't want to change in the manager just because of the league position. That's the thing is whether we finish 6th or whether they finish 4th or whether they finish 2nd or 6th. I just feel like we need these, especially the new players that we're trying to buy, or even the players that are going to stay. They just need a different voice. They just need a different system. They just need a different way of playing. Because
so you're saying Pep out? If he gets top 4 and 20th A Cup, still Pep out?
Yeah.
Honestly, I can respect that. I would give him another chance then, but honestly, I can.
I
I
don't
can see where
listen.
you're coming from.
Listen, I don't mind giving another chance, but I just feel like, even coming to next season, the tactics that he will trying to implement, we will not get the best out of the players.
You know it as well, because Pep will leave soon. Like there are players here who are here for the future. Do we want to get them accustomed to Pep's tactics when they're here for the future? Going to be under completely different management. We want them to get used to the tactics of the next manager after Pep, don't we?
No, because let's face it, when Pep left Barcelona they were struggling because they had Tito Villanova for the season before he passed away. God bless his soul. Then they brought in an Argentina, I think that was Argentina fellow, Tata Martinez, because obviously he was Argentinian and he was friends with Messi, yada yada yada. But the guy was awful. And them two, the Tito Villanova and Tata Martinez, they were trying to play the Pep way, which is, it was outdated. If you remember, Barcelona was getting battered everywhere they go, because it was out, rather than he comes in with his own philosophy to adapt to the opposition, they were trying to play the same way. And if Pep goes, I want someone to come in as a manager that plays completely different system, different way of playing, rather than, because the fan base say, "Oh, let's just stick what Pep implemented." No, that's a very wrong way to do it, because what Pep implemented, only him knows how to get the best out of play. Only he knows how to win trophies with that. No one else does. If you asking a new manager to say, right, this is the style of play you need to play, that's going to be a disaster. It will be, because you're forcing a manager. My manager has his own philosophy, has a different way to approach football matches. If you're telling him, oh, needs to play this way, even though he doesn't want to play this way, then he will not succeed. If you remember,
Xavi Hernandez at Barcelona. He played completely differently from Pep, and they wanted him gone because the style of football wasn't great.
Look at the difference in Hansi Flick
as well.
German football, rock and roll. Let's look at Antonio Conte. Remember when Antonio Conte came to Chelsea?
Yeah.
He was playing 4-3-3. Then he changed to 4-2-3-1. He went to the Emirates. He gets slapped by Arsenal 3-0. At the very next game, he came out the press conference. He said, "This is not going to work. This is not working. I know we worked for previous manager. With me, it's not working. I need to implement my own system. 5 at the back with wing backs in, 2 midfielders to strike to attacking players." And from that Arsenal game, they went on and win the league. Same with Tuchel. When Tuchel came in, his own philosophy, his own way of playing, 3 at the back, let's go. Yeah. When you tell the next manager to play the same way as the previous manager, they will not succeed, because you don't want him to impose his own philosophy, because you want the under 18s and the 20s, they playing this way, and you want the first team to be literally to be the example for that, because your previous manager sets up this system and he's been really successful. Fair enough. However, if Allegri, let's say for example, Inzaghi comes in, I want Inzaghi to literally play the way he plays. If he's three at the back, it's three at the back. We've got 7 defenders in the fucking squad. Do you know what I mean? 7 centre backs. The fuck is there's no problem to not play 3 at the back. All you need to do is just get some wing backs in there.
Yeah. Oh, with that we can do tempo.
You know what I mean? And you've got Big L, Alihan, and then the crosses.
Absolutely. And by the way, this is kind of off topic, but now that we're talking about that, what is Marmoush's role now at Man City? Do we start playing with a 2-striker system?
Oh, he's a number 8, isn't he?
A number 8, Marmoush.
Well, that's what Pepe wants him to play as a left ace.
Yeah, that's what he's.
Marmoush for me. See, that's where City's role with playing behind Haaland, when Haaland holds up the ball, you make the run.
Yeah.
That would suit so much if we had Alvarez. See the way Alvarez played with Griezmann?
Yeah.
Oh. I feel like he has to be with Marmoush, but the problem is, see the same way as I'm telling you that Pep really rarely plays with 2 holding midfielder. He would just go with 1. When it comes
doesn't
to
go with 2 strikers either.
With the Marmoush is going to be the same, so he would just go 1. That's why I think I can't remember what game it was. Marmoush was playing left 8. He was asking Marmoush to be like the midfielder, creating chances for your striker.
Was that Nottingham Forest?
No. I was
Forest. He was on Forest.
Was a big game. No, it was a big game. Was he Arsenal?
No, it wasn't Arsenal.
It was Arsenal, yeah, because it was Arsenal. Marmoush was playing left 8. Yeah, it was Arsenal. He was asking Marmoush to play left 8 because he played Savio on as a left wing. Yes, he was playing Savio left wing, Marmoush left 8. Remember, everything was so packed up on the left.
And we had them rotating, yeah, and trying to overlap, but didn't quite work.
Listen. The problem is, we need goals on the pitch, don't we? We need players who can score goals because our wingers cannot score, our midfielders cannot score. Do
you mind Marmoush as winger then?
No, it needs to be in behind the striker.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Because look at his goal. Mm-hmm. Look at his goal against Brighton.
Look at
if he plays on the wing, how he's going to score from there?
He's not. But we can go back to Newcastle. His first goal against Newcastle, he makes a run off of Haaland's shoulder, who drags away the defenders. He gets the first goal. Second goal, he's playing off of Haaland again. Second goal was from Gundogan, right? Shot from distance. That was second goal. Yeah. So second goal, Haaland again. He drops off of Haaland's shoulder, gets the ball, takes the shot from distance. Now, great shot, obviously, but if he's on the wing, he doesn't get that shot. Then the third goal, Haaland makes a run to the far. Haaland makes a run to the far post, Marmoush to the near post. Now that works if you have someone making that near post run. Marmoush gets the ball on the near post from Savinho, scores a hat-trick. Then the penalty for Haaland. Haaland gets the ball down, gives it to Marmoush. Marmoush runs into the box and gets fouled, and then it's a penalty. Haaland scores a penalty. Later, the goal from Marmoush against Brighton, as you said, it's because he's central, not because... Yeah. I think you're absolutely right there. Pick up the glimpse again, being back.
Yeah,
Alf has been outdone in negativity.
Yeah, well, the manager will not. The manager may play Marmoush in certain games, but he will not play him in the most game next to Haaland. That's the thing. He will not. Mm-hmm. Because especially like in big games where he's obsessed with control.
we just know. It's just a buzzword for Pep Guardiola.
Yeah. You need to control. That's see. People don't understand. I don't mind Pep staying. I don't mind. I really don't. But the problem is,
Is it the
from
best
what
choice?
no, from what I've seen is that things will not improve in much as people may think. And if things do
Yeah,
not improve that much, then there'll be more payouts than there has ever been. Let's face it, because
I just don't want
France.
him to ruin his
No, no,
legacy.
no. The problem is, Alf. Yeah, let me just tell you one thing. No, I know you live abroad. Yeah, the atmosphere at the ground has been really, really, really dense since the last season, since Palace at home, where we were 2-1 up within
Yes,
10 minutes. We drew the game 2-2 with penalties, Walker, Valley, yada. Since that game, there has been fans are not happy with the performance. We won the league, and that was a lot. That was like a lot paper over cracks, really, in terms of the performance we put on the pitch. And during that season, there were there were a lot of games where the fans were booing on the players, they were booing on the manager, and they were also frustrated with the referees. Yeah. But this season, the atmosphere hasn't improved,
it's gotten
and
worse.
yeah, it has. The reason why you see fans going on about tourists or international fans, we always had tourists in our ground. I've been going to games for 14 years. We always had tourists in our ground. We always had international fans in our ground since the days of Sergio Aguero,
Yeah,
Balotelli. Um, we always had them, but it wasn't a topic back then because we were winning. When you don't win, however, when you're getting battered on the pitch 4-0 against Spurs, Liverpool comes to our ground, they slapped us 2-0, we couldn't even lay a glove on them. It's when the fans would take a step back and it was like, look around. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? If you're winning, they will not ever look around. They was just, oh yes, we scored another win, 3 points. When you don't win it, they would be like, right, okay, what the fuck is going on here? People having haircuts in the stadium. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
After the derby, yeah, after the derby, people will not tell that. And against Manchester United, when we lost 2-1,
yeah.
in the final whistle, there were City fans in the city end punching each other. There were fighters
I did actually not see that of
there
the
were
final.
fighters in the ground. So if we go to another season and we
Yeah,
don't win,
it's gonna be heavy.
the results may improve. What there and there, 1 or 2 results may improve in performance. Let's go into a season we become being consistent. They'll be even worse.
I
There'll be
agree.
there'll be more fans getting to the manager because at the end of the day, yeah, we're talking about the rebuild. The club has given 200 million to spend in January. The
Yeah,
club will release another 250 or 300 if we make Champions League to the manager. That's half a
mm-hmm.
billion pounds. The fans will not have an excuse in some do because some love Pep and the players, but
Yeah,
the other fans because they who got a different view say right, okay, no, it's time for him to go. If you want to build him a statue, build him. I always said a stand in there, just rename it the Pep stand,
absolutely.
and let him go. Protect that legacy because the last thing we want is Pepe in, Pep out in the ground.
Absolutely. Like wang it in, wang
And,
it out situation.
and because when you've got a different opinion than the masses, you get
Mm-hmm.
viewed as certain type. You get viewed as a
Yeah,
different character. You get viewed as negative, as toxic. Get out, go and support a different club. They will tell you
both
that.
of us already have that. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Because you've got a different view. You want different things. You want changes. For those who hate changes, they will view you. They will start calling your name. It's like in the workplace. when you're working for like say in the same company for 5 years and you're used to do the things in one way, and the new manager comes in and asks, oh, a new CEO say, right, we need to change the way we do things, and they'd be like, oh, we've been doing that for 5-10 years, we've been, why you change it? People scared of changes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the
Because
longest
people
I've been at a single workplace is about
people
6 months, so I can't
Yeah.
speak of experience, but Luke did ask if he can come on here, so do you mind if I invite Luke on for this one?
Yeah, no, bring Luke, man. Look at sound. Go on.
There you go. I've sent Luke the link,
Yeah,
so you can come on, mate.
the problem is with changes, you should not be scared of. I feel like people are scared because if Pep goes, or we're gonna turn up in Chelsea just sacking manager, or we're not gonna be winning 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
Are we going to do that?
a good thing. If we've got a manager who won 4, and that manager literally did something that the manager, the guys that they had down the road for 20 odd years, they couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And why? See, when people say, "Oh, we don't want to become like Chelsea, it's just sacking manager." Manchester City never really became like Chelsea's. We always give managers time. We always give them at least a season. Even going back to the likes of Matt Hughes, Mancini, Pellegrini, we always seems to be patient with manager. Why is this concept that if Pep goes, we're becoming like Chelsea coming from?
I think it's because a lot of people who have like the standards thing, which myself included, by the way, a lot of people who have the standards often use comparison of Real Madrid. Will Real Madrid accept this? But then people are like, oh, because that obviously means you become the exact same club as Real Madrid.
Yeah, but we're always patient. Even when it comes to players, we always allow players to at least a season, aren't we? Like, let's say
We do.
Jeremy Doku, that season, we were like, all right, let's give him a season. The lad just got here.
Yeah, but here's the thing as well. Pep Guardiola has been here almost 10 years. It's not like we're going to sack managers every month. He's been here 10 years. He's been here a decade.
Yeah. Even Pellegrini's second season, he was poor. Yeah, he was poor. Let's face it. But yet again, we gave him the third season, didn't we?
Yeah,
we did.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We always give him time.
Do you know what? I'll be real, guys. I've this conversation really goes about it. It's been really good. Too many people in this fan base are scared of change. Like, look, at some point, Pep won't be here. It's going to happen at some point. Now, if we're worse after Pep goes, we're better. Who knows? But the reality is, right, we'll still be here as fans watching the team week in, week out. Because that's what we'll always be doing. Like, our first manager was like start Mark Hughes' era. That's as far as I remember. I know Stuart Pearson that, but I was like, barely remember much of that anyway, if I'm being real. But I do know obviously what happened. Like David James in goal, what kind of mad season of like, Ralph Ericsson, yeah. But that's it. Sven, that was it. It was Sven, not Lee. Yeah, but I mean, but that's the thing. Like, we've been used to seeing his team in mid-table going towards top 4, and then going for like titles after there. But even after winning the first league title, it wasn't consistent, was it? It was like second place or third place, but we were still like in the mix still. But it's been since I'd say since Centurion season where we've actually been properly up there.
Yeah,
exactly. But we never were like a title-winning team for the start of it in 2010s. But I'd say the 2020s has been where it's been more dominant from us. But this season, if we're being real, right, I mean, we've had some bad seasons, but when I look back, I think 15-16 was bad. It was bad in the league because the league we kept getting battered by a different team, especially on the Pellegrini last season. But even that at least had a trophy in it. At least got Champions League semi-final for the first time in club's history. There was still something there where it wasn't ideal, but at least you kind of knew, all right, there's something there to celebrate at least.
And we still finished.
But this season, it's been the worst I've seen in a long time.
I agree.
We got fourth. I mean, I think for me personally, undeservedly probably. I think us United or like a team get four. I thought Southampton probably deserved to get top four even that season for being real with us. But
when you say this isn't
the
a
fact
team
is,
worse than you've seen, is because of the performances. Oh.
not necessarily that. I think in Pep's first season, I knew what was going to happen. It was an aging squad that needs to be done over two or 3 years.
Yeah.
Very similar to now, really. Very similar to now, which is why I'm saying
1 year.
next season won't be instant turnaround. It will be next year, right? I want us to challenge next year. I'm not asking us to go for everything and win everything next year because this year it's been that bad, and we've got to get our confidence back going forward until a couple of years' time. But the very least I want to see next year is us challenging and playing better football than now, because this year has been terrible. It's been like since the start season, the performances have got worse and worse and worse. And yeah, we played better in some games here and there, but if we're being perfectly real, right? It's been better since the 1-13. It has been better than 1-13, but then again, that was a level that was really bad levels. Then it's like obviously it'd be better, because if it wasn't better, it'd be like 6th right now or 7th, or even lower than that. So I think what we've got to do in this season is kind of like make sure that lessons are learned. Like when we do win a title again and big trophies again, don't stand still. Because that's what we did. For me, right, in that window after the treble, it bought Gvardiol, brilliant. Kovacic, the squad player, brilliant. Nunes, huh? I didn't. That was the one, and that was when I thought, why are we getting Nunes in? I never asked for Nunes, but I know Pep liked him, but that summer felt really weird. Like we just kind of like were hung up on Bellingham that we couldn't get back to actually getting players in that we needed. That's the issue we've had for a long time now with big players
with that
Van
summer.
Persie, Hazard in the past.
Here's my thing with that summer. Our priorities were wrong as well in that summer. We should have been looking at the right back that summer. Imagine if we didn't have to deal with Kyle Walker anymore already. But we got Kyle Walker to sign on. And Gvardiol, okay, fair enough. He's the left back. We didn't know how to play yet. Midfielder, sure, we could have used another midfielder. But here's the thing. We were just like looking for the one player. Normally after that treble. Barcelona went there to treble in 2016 with Enrique, or 2015. It was 15, right? They rebuilt after that. Normally after that treble, you rebuild. A treble is a time where you have to start taking out the dead weight, and you have to start bringing in new young players. After our treble, we were like, how long can we stretch it with this squad? And we've reached the limit. And we've got no one in to replace them.
Yeah, because the treble took a lot of the players. We played 60 games that season, and every single game, it was like going to a final. Mentally, it took a lot of them.
Like a war.
Yeah, mentally, we're going to Arsenal away. 2 or 3 weeks later, we play in Arsenal at home for the title. Do you know what I mean? And we were 8 points behind. Let's remember. You were 8 points behind. And we faced Arsenal, and we was like the second best team. We faced them in the FA Cup.
Yes.
At the Etihad.
No, Emirates was it? Wasn't it at Emirates?
No, it was at the Etihad. And Fanaka scored.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah. So we were going to games. I was like, if we want to win this title, we have to win every single game, because we are already 8 points behind. And we were going game after game, winning. Even in the Champions League, that was one of the toughest draws we've ever had in terms of Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals. Then we faced Real Madrid.
Leipzig was also a good team, by the way. People don't talk about Leipzig being a good game because we destroyed them 7-0.
Yeah, and Leipzig, because if you remember Leipzig, I think we drew 1-1 that game. Or was it 1-1?
Yes, 1-1.
Yeah, we drew
by Gvardiol, actually.
And we were really poor that game.
Mahrez,
yeah, that was Mahrez. And people were like, oh, Champions League starts. You know, how City look shaken in the Champions League. But mentally, then we had
that Leipzig game I was locked in.
Yeah. And we had a lot of big games in between Champions Leagues. where we
Absolutely.
especially get in between Madrid and Bayern, we had games in the Premier League where
Liverpool, Leipzig.
we win.
Mm.
We had to win. Do you know what I mean? And he took a lot out the players. He took a lot out the manager as well himself, because he was even the fans. That was probably the most expensive season I've ever had. Spent like $3,000.
Do you remember watching the Champions
By
League
the
final?
way,
By the way, do you remember watching the Champions League final and being nervous from minute 1 to the last minute? Because that final was the most
I was sat
nerve-wracking game
there
I've ever watched.
Yeah. Like, do you know what, right? That Chelsea game, I kind of thought, I had a bad feeling about it. Go off the straight away. Pep, wrong team, was screwed.
Yes.
Yeah, because we Chelsea had our
Pep
numbers
for me, right?
before. They had our numbers during that season. Remember?
Yeah.
Cup games.
That season could have been a quad. Could have been a quad. FA Cup semi-final. If we win that, that's for the final. Beat Leicester. And that's how I mean. Like, on 3 occasions now, City have been close to winning a quad. 3 occasions have been close to winning a quad. If it wasn't for like bad results going against us. Now again, I'm not asking for it because that's the hardest thing to ever do possible. Because the mentality you've got to have to get through every game like that and get away with certain games that you don't play well.
Yes.
I mean, a treble's hard enough as it is. A quad is like the most difficult thing possible, probably, because you're relying on results go your way when you aren't playing well, and that's like even the treble season were like that at times. But that final, when I remember watching it, I watched it on my own because I remember they're actually away anyway. So I watched it. And I was thinking, I don't know what to think, because I was like, well, we've got the right team out there. It's just how they're going to handle it. And the Rodri goal went in. I couldn't believe it. I'm thinking. I just thought there's no way, like, because you always think it'd be like extra time penalties, in the final. But when we got that goal, I was nervous for the last to get out. Those minutes trickled on by. I was like, oh, it's just dragging along the rest of the game. And then the Ederson save at the end, I thought it went in. And
I was more.
Genuinely, I
was more nervous when Stones got off injured.
Yeah, and De Bruyne as well.
But he was
dominating that final, by the way.
Yeah, but De Bruyne came off in the first half. I was okay.
But I was already nervous.
Yeah, John Stones got off injured. We were 1-0 up, and we were playing really well. And they were like, I mean, like for someone who was stepping up in the midfield, he was playing. Not we, but we was one of our best players out there. The final was awful. We were awful. Let's face it.
Yeah.
But when John Stones got off injured and we had to move Akanji into the centre back, for me, when John Stones came off injured, I was like, put Laporte on, from Laporte in there with Diaz, and keep Akanji as the right back.
Yeah.
Because
I felt for Laporte. Yeah, I felt for Laporte. He should have more opportunities than that. He really did. And Mahrez.
At least he got the medal. At least he got the medal.
But
I was.
Laporte was underrated.
Yeah. For me, Laporte was. Listen, Laporte was incredible. Listen, he was one of the most gifted centre halves I've ever seen.
Like, he got to do everything.
I was telling Alf. Do you remember those diagonal ball he used to play from the back, literally just straight to Aguero?
Imagine Josko and Laporte together. That'd been a great that team up on that left hand side would have been unbelievable to watch. And like they're wrong. I love Vardio. I think he's been one of our best signings recently.
Do you? I'm on Vardio
because
mission.
Joe why, right? Do you know what?
Go on, Luke.
I've watched him, right? And look, is he perfect at defending? Not necessarily.
He's awful defending.
He's a very gifted player, right? But in a better team around him, right, with a much more cover of Rodri in that and around, you can get the best out of him. Like look at his first season how impactful he was when scoring.
Nah, look, come on, bro, come on. What are we doing here? It wasn't good enough. Defensively, it wasn't even good enough last season. We had Rodri. The problem I've got with Josko Vardio is I said to Harry. Was it Harry? I said to Harry Parrish, I told him, in the summer, what this guy needs to do, get a private coach. You've got a lot of money, yeah. Stop relying on them Man City coaches to get a private one, and just to teach you how to defend 1v1 situation, because the guy backs off a challenge constantly all the time. He's defensive.
Yeah.
He doesn't watch his shoulder. He's got some bozo moment on him. Like, bro,
Yeah,
and that's not just this season. I'm talking about last season.
FA Cup final.
I always give a player a year, but even the FA Cup final,
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you know what I mean?
But
But
then again,
year,
though, I think him
last
and
year was-
Ortega. That
last
first goal,
year-
Ortega was
last
more on
year,
as well.
I was like, okay, is this first year? Some players take a year. This season, he started really well. The first 3 games, I was like, okay, I can see improvement defensively, but then he went back to his old self. Kulizeski for that on our first goal, bro.
Yeah.
Just go head shoulder to shoulder to him. Make like when you're a defender, the attackers needs to feel that you are there. Right, okay, it's gonna be a war between you and the attackers. It's like like Ruben Diaz when he fit signing.
Yeah,
Just
he
like
was
Kushner.
every challenge ended.
Look at Kushner. The guy's like you. He goes to war every single game. Do you know what I mean? But Josko Varg doesn't have that on him, and that's what we're really concerned. But when you're a defender, listen, when you're going forward, it looks great. I don't. You can score me 100 goals as a defender. I do not care. It's when you have to defend, because I use the same argument for Edison. I don't rate Edison. I never did. You can go back to my tweets from like 6 years ago saying the same thing about Edison. I don't. You can do like 100 sexy passes, good long balls. I don't care. But can you catch the ball? Yes or no?
That's why I want Chevalier. That's why I want Chevalier, mate. That's why I think we need a better goalkeeper. Look, Edison has been a good player for us these last year. He has been, but you can't, he's done without him at times. We wouldn't have won stuff, but we need a better shot stopper. We do, because Ortega ain't it either.
We do.
Ortega's a good backup goalkeeper, but you aren't going to get Edison's quality on the ball. That's what you've got to realise. There's no one like him in the world that can do that. Other than maybe Neuer.
We've been through Joe Hart. We've gone through Joe Hart in terms of shot stopping. Do you know what I mean? We're not, and we're okay with Edison. The fan base is the standard start. Okay, I said it before. He might look great on the build-up with the ball in his feet, but we've been watching football for 100 million years. We never judge goalkeepers on the ability to play with his feet. Can you catch the ball? Can you make saves? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
make yourself big on the goal. We used to have a guy Bravo. Remember when you signed Bravo for that season, and he used to look really small in goal. Edison does the same. Yo, bro, make yourself big. What are you doing?
And you know what that reminds me of? Vicario. At Tottenham, Vicario. He looks tiny.
Who?
Vicario,
Vicario, yeah.
Vicario.
Yeah.
Spurs
he looks tiny, doesn't he? In that goal.
We need we need a guy in goal who can hold himself well. Look, I get keepers aren't invincible. They're not. No one's invincible in the world, no matter how good you are. Every keeper has a buzz moment in them. But if we have someone that we can just on shot stop him, I feel better about it already. And look, defensively, it's get better anyway. Obviously, need right back anyway. But I would feel better, right? Look, and I hope the club get it right in summer, because for me, this is the most crucial part of our season. This transfer, a goalkeeper. Edison's gone. He's gone.
He's gone.
He's on a new deal. He's gone.
Yeah.
But this summer, a right back and a goalkeeper, a left back are the positions I'm looking at to improve. Obviously, midfield as well is important, but the defense for me, we have to get it right. We can't get it wrong, because if keep us wrong again, and we're going to do it all over again.
So when you say the defensive needs a bit of change, for Pep Guardiola, he feels like he only needs to address the right back position. He doesn't feel like he needs to address the left back. His left back is Joshua Vardy.
Yes.
I want. I'll interject here
left
now.
back I would. Yeah,
But
I would do the same. Left back and right
here is
back.
my thing here with Gvardiol, to bring back to Gvardiol defensively. One-on-one defending, he's not good, but in the box defensively, he usually he has balls moments, of course, but in the box he usually throws his body on the line, and that is what we need from him. If he could do that everywhere on the pitch, on the right areas, put his body on the line, that would be a really good defender. Gvardiol's
Well,
problem is he's only good in the box, and you can't limit yourself to just
he
the
had
box as a
he
defender.
had the chance to make himself a legend of this football club against Man United. All you need to do is just clear the ball off the line, but he trying to do a back heel. The fuck is that all about?
Yeah, that's just a balls moment then.
You know what I mean?
Akanji has those balls moments as well.
yeah.
But that's something Akanji will do too.
Like,
But also as well, no one's saying anything about Ruben Diaz either. He's fallen
oh no,
off.
I've been on it.
Injuries, yeah, cool.
Listen, I put a
He's
tweeted
been
out.
terrible.
I put a tweeted out that was at the beginning of the season after West Ham. Was it after West Ham? No, I think it was after Brentford. Do you remember Brentford at home when we scored? When we considered like within one second?
You
or
mean
1
1-0 and then
Oh,
you won 1-2?
Walker and Stones at the back, mate. Oh my
Bro,
god, that was
I was
Vissa header.
Bro, I was literally walking to the ground. Yeah, I think I was. It was a nightmare. But I finished off my pint outside, and I was like, "Fuck, I need to get into the ground because the game just started." As soon as I sat down, I was like screaming. Do you know when you see screaming? People celebrate. I was like, "Okay, we won you up already." Heading to the ground, so I'm seeing like Brentford. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm in the south side. I'm next to the away fans. When you get in, then you feel like the noise is coming from our fans.
Yeah.
I was like, 1-0 Brentford. I was like, I haven't even sat down. But
I'll
anyway,
just answer Oliver's comment.
I've been saying that since at the start of the season that Ruben Diaz has not been good enough, and he's been poor. He's been one of our worst defender. He went off injured, and the fans was like, "Oh, we miss Ruben Diaz." He came back. He played a couple of good games, PSG, maybe, Anfield as well. Yeah, it was okay, but overall, he's been poor. It's been shocking. Look at that Baleba chance. What is he doing?
But people, not people, but Pep puts him in way too fast again. Same with Haaland, Ruben Diaz now, Ake, Akanji. These players are half fit and they're thrown back into it.
Yeah, but you've got a centre back sitting on the bench. You've just paid for 37 mil.
Yes, I know, and Pep should play.
Yeah,
Peter Hayes should be playing.
Yeah, because look at Kusanov. If Akanji never got injured, we would never see Kusanov.
Yes, we would have never seen him.
No.
Let's be real. We wouldn't, because he will play Akanji and Diaz.
And we will still not know how good.
That's what I'm saying. Top four. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Before you get carry on, I'll ask Oliver's comment quickly about Frimpong. The thing is, to me with Frimpong, I like Jeremy Frimpong, but he's not a right back. He's a wing back.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if we're getting fullbacks, which I'm fine with, if Frimpong could play right back and defend really well, get him in the club immediately. The problem is that he's first playing forward in the back, which is fine. But you've got Savinho already, the winger, but another someone else as well. Is he gonna play at further forward? Like, I don't look for the price. That price, that's a great price for him. For that clause, it's great. But again, you have to realise as well that he does provide a lot of contributions. Also, I like the German league as well. It is a good league to get good players.
Yeah, I like it.
Look at Marmoush, for example.
But
the thing is with Frimpong is it is and De Bruyne and Gundogan, and yeah. But the thing is with Frimpong, he was a right back.
Line.
That's what I mean. I don't think he would. I think for me, you want someone who can play right back and defend, because we need someone who can defend. Because we've got wingers like DOKU, Savinho, with Savinho, kind of like, look, it's the first season. I'll give you this season. Next thing you need to see a lot better from you overall. DOKU, next year I've got to see even more. Otherwise, like Grealish, for example, GNA, they ain't there. I can't sit here and defend you that much longer.
Mm.
Like I want him to do well, Doku. I want him to do well, but he's got to do better than what he's doing.
We want all to face that campaign.
He can beat a man easily. Like Doku can beat a man easily. I love watching him play when at the games because I like to see him sort of beat players. But when you don't provide the assists or goals, it's half a job.
Yeah.
You're a winger to get the ball in the box. Like obviously, let's say you get the ball, what's enough time, but Haaland can't bury it. That's not your fault. You at least you've done your job properly. But we know how Doku is sometimes. Like against Ipswich, against Salford and Plymouth and all that, it's great. Like it's great to see him get goals. I love seeing it. But in the big games, he's got to do it a lot more. And instead of just cooking players, get the ball in the box.
I think
his
delivery has to improve. But me and Alfie, we were talking about that. But the problem is, it's going to be hard for Doku when, do you know, if you watch it, every time our wingers have the ball, Haaland moves towards the back post. And there is no one making the runs in the box and even on the near post for that tap in. Because when Doku has the ball, Doku, he goes for the low cross. He always does. He never goes for like a float cross or whatever. Savio does it.
Well, Savio
Doku is more like a low cross. And when you've got a player who likes to hit low cross, as a striker, you either attack the near post, or if you just program to attack the far post, then you have to have midfielders coming from behind for that tap in. Gunder used to do quite a lot when we had even David Silva sometimes when we had Sterling Sane. I remember. But the problem is also with Sterling Sane, when one winger had the ball, the other winger used to join the box and a far post, and Aguero used to go in the near post. But without system, it feels like we are allergic to attacking the opposition box. Because when our wingers have the ball, we like to camp. It's like we're going to Greenfield. We like to camp outside the box.
You remember the Arsenal game?
Do you know what I mean? We like to camp outside the stage. You know what I mean? It's like
camping, not actually getting in there. Get in there and get involved.
Because, let's face it, because our players, they like to be in a comfortable position when they have the ball. They don't like to be in an awkward position which is in between the defenders. Haaland goes in between the defenders because he's a striker. However, our midfield, Foden, likes to come out of the side. He doesn't like the box because he needs to be outside the box so he can give that shot from outside the box. If he scores, he will do that ridiculous gun celebration, which I hate it. If he doesn't score, and he just poor. Yeah, Bernardo Silva, he can't even run. He can't run.
You know what's funny about that?
For Doku and Savio, especially for Doku and Savio, it becomes a bit hard. If they had David Silva and prime KDB, they'll be much better.
I've said the same thing, but I've said the exact same thing. But you still need to do it.
Of course. You got That's what Luca was saying.
All I'm going to ask as well, right? I just want to see Marmoush play every game now. I'm done with him getting bench. Please just play him every game. Stop it. Stop playing the different teams. I'm going mad watching it. Just play a consistent team every game and let them gel. Stop being rotational. It's getting to the point where you got one game a week. What are you rotating for? It's the one time to rotate teams constantly. Like they're playing midweek in Champions League, FA Cup. I get it, but we're playing one league game a week, and probably Bournemouth was going to get back. Why can't you just play a consistent team for the season? I don't get it. I get it's Pep, right, but
the problem is, if he plays Marmoush, that means he will have to play with two strikers, sort of. in certain games he will do that, but in most of the games he won't, because he prefers to have an extra midfield who is good on the ball to have that control in games. It's like, for example, when before we signed Nico, and before we signed him, I said this signing will only work if he got Nico next to Kovacic. If he just scores one at a time, let's say, for example, we were playing Kovacic forward and Bernardo. We were getting overrun in the middle of the park. So if he just goes, replace Kovacic with Nico and skip Bernard and David and Foden, it would just be the same. Nothing will change because you live in your number 6 so exposed, and the two in front of them can't do they can't do any work off the ball. When you've got Kovacic, because he's someone who likes to put some tackles in, like to win the ball, to help Nico, who is a 6, then you've got your midfielder, which is more balanced. Look at the games we played with Kovacic and Nico. Tottenham away, we were playing really well. Even though, if you remember that game, we always thought like Nico would be the 6 and Kovacic would be the 8, but he swapped it. Kovacic was the 6 and Nico was the 8, and he was forcing Nico Gonzalez to literally just like, see, when people say, "Oh, when Roger comes back, he will play," see, the problem is you cannot take the best player in this position in the world and ask him to play number 8. Roger cannot play there. Listen,
well,
Roger,
he can, but he shouldn't.
No. Rodri is someone who dictates the game.
Yes.
Yeah, as a holding midfielder, Roger needs to know where the 2 centre backs are. Yeah, where the 2 full backs are, where the wings are, where the striker, where the midfielder, because he in the center of the pitch, he's dictating where the ball should go. If you put him as a number 8, he won't be able to do that. And let's face it, in terms of winning the ball back, Rodri is the best than anyone. Nico cannot do that.
Also, right, I hate how this fan base, right, just it's like if you question Pep Guardiola, you're not a real fan. And I think, look, I'm sorry, right?
we
can't question the decisions that I made. I know, but I've got to say it again. Like, I'm saying against people at the back. His fan base has got to stop getting like North Korea.
Are you Pep?
I'm sorry.
Do you know better than Pep? Do you remember? I put a tweeted out. Yeah, if you got that right, I put a tweeted out about John Lilo. That was months ago. Oh, look at this guy. The first comment was like, "Oh, look at him. He's moaning about the assistant coach now." And basically, what I put it out that time is now what everyone is saying now. That defensively, we got worse than we had when we have this guy at this football club, because him being the number 2, he's the defensive coach. He literally sets up this team defensively. Pep will work his static, his system, game plan, and whatnot. But Lilo, that's why every time you can see it, if you're watching on the tally, Pep will go and sit down with the Lilo. They all start shouting at each other. Now, fast forward 6 months, everyone is saying, "Oh, Lilo needs to go." But when I mentioned it 6 months ago, they will say, "Oh, you blaming on assistant coach." You know what I mean? See, the problem is when you criticize the manager, it's not because I know better than the manager. I'm just saying what I'm seeing on the football pitch. No. Do you know what I mean? We're fine.
But this is the issue I've got with people.
Yeah. Look, how many times we've sat here and how many times as a fan, and you say, "Hold on a minute, the players are getting a bit tired on the football pitch. We need some fresh legs." The opposition team start getting more of the ball. It's been more danger. We need some legs in the middle, like in the pitch. We need some fresh legs in. We need some substitution. And Pep is just sitting there, 70 minutes, 75, 80. Nothing is changing. The opposition score, equalize, bam, 2-1. And then it's like, okay, let's say that even sometimes he was sat there, we not make any changes. When the opposition scored the next goal, they're on the lead. They'll be like, okay, Doku, come on, Savio, come on. It just becomes a bit really reactive rather than being proactive, if that makes sense. When you see these sort of things happening, yeah, on a consistent basis, you have to question the manager. Yeah, you have to question the manager. It's not about he knows best or win, because the manager may turn around tomorrow and decide to play Nunes as a goalkeeper. Are you not gonna question why is he playing Nunes as a goalkeeper? If you do, yeah, because if you do, then I'm gonna ask you the same question. You don't know more than Pep. Why are you questioning him? Nunes is the best goalkeeper in the world. If Pep plays in there, that means we need to trust it. No, you're a football fan. You need to use your brain. Stop, like literally, just say what you say on the football pitch. If it's crap, say scrap. Yep. It's simple as that.
This is the issue we've got now, man. Like, look, it's like North Korea now on the YouTube.
Oh yeah,
so you can't say this, can't say that. Like, look, I'm sorry, but in the day, right? I don't care if I get a hate comment. People, this is what I like about people when they have lies about you and say shit, oh, this and that about you, like because they don't agree with your opinion. It's quite petty, actually, like quite childish. Like it's an opinion about football. I'm not here to question Pep on his love life. Like, look, Pep's love life. I feel for him in that situation. I do feel for him because look, it's a hard thing to go through with someone for 30 years, and I can't imagine what that's like. But on the football pitch, it's different. I get his context. I'm not pretending there isn't context. There is, but the reality is, if it was my job and I was, let's say I was going through a breakup, doesn't matter. I'm still working.
Yeah.
There needs to be a little bit of like. Look, I'm not Pep out myself, but I'm not going to put my ears over it and not hear the actual Pep opinions against him, because I do agree with what you guys are saying about it, because the reality is he has made mistakes this year that have cost us a lot of games.
Yeah, he has.
He has what you want about
yeah, because and
like
when you say this,
look at.
Go on.
Yeah, go on.
No. You go on.
Go on.
Like the fact that Nunes was playing at right back all that time. Why? And also, why wasn't the priority in January to get right back in?
He doesn't
want. Look,
he doesn't
want to get Kusanov.
He wanted to trust in Lewis.
No. See, I always have this argument with people. Yeah, listen, guys. He doesn't want fullbacks. He doesn't. He does.
Yeah, but Nico Lewis isn't a fullback.
Fullbacks. No. He wants players. He wants players that can play in, let's put the word versatile. He wants someone, Rico Lewis, as a mid. See, it started off with I've already talked to you when Benjamin Mendy went injured that season. He brought in Fabian Delph to play left back, was a midfielder. So he got that idea from that moment. He got that idea. If I can get a midfield, someone really good on the ball, I can play him as a fullback. He done that with Bernardo Silva against Arsenal. Then he tried again the very next game. Remember when Bernardo Silva played left back against Arsenal, we won 3-1. The very next game we played Nottingham Forest, and we drew that game. And Bernardo Silva played left back. So what happened in that game? We were 1-0 up. Bernardo Silva was playing left back. So in the second half, Forest was starting putting the ball towards that side where Bernardo Silva was playing left back. And I said it instantly, told me mates we were at the game. Change Bernardo Silva, put Akin in there because they target that side. He didn't. He kept Bernardo Silva there, equalizer, bang, 1-1. As soon as we go 1-1, he put Akin in there. So he waited.
Yeah.
He's been reactive rather than being proactive. But let me just go into the point here. 2019 was the last fullback we signed, John Concello, and it was one fullback out, one in. And we did the swap deal with Danilo.
Danilo out, yeah.
So 2019 was 6 years ago.
Yes.
In 6 years, we signed 0 fullback. We got with the 3 that we had: Cancelo, Walker, Mendes.
Yeah.
And we signed 6 centre backs. 6. That tells you that he wants to play centre backs as a fullback. During Christmas, you knew your captain was leaving, who was the only right back. Your job, if you have not injuries at the back, is right. Okay, let me get a defender, a centre back, but let me also replace my captain, right back. Who was the 2 signing in January?
This January?
Yeah. Reyes and Kusanov.
Kuchinov and
2 centre backs.
and Bar as well. Bar.
Yeah, I wasn't.
But he's the replacement for the.
Yeah, but still,
so
you was 2 centre backs.
Yes.
So your last full back left, and you replace it with 2 centre backs. So basically,
we've got no one left now.
In the entire squad, we've got 8 centre backs. None of them are full backs. Tell me that's a sign of someone who wants to buy full backs. He doesn't. He does not want it.
Because why would you wait until the summer anyway? Like, if you look, I get how one can be right, but surely the priority should be, if you want fullbacks in, to get at least one fullback through the door, at least one, so you've got someone there at least to build on.
Let's say,
right back.
Look, if we had Kusanov and a right back, we would have the defensive sorted because we got one centre back there, and we would have the right back position sorted, wouldn't we? We would not have to play Nunes in there or Rico Lewis. So you would have a right back you've just bought, Vardy on the left, Diaz, Kusanov. Right?
That would be a lot more solid.
Yeah. So that right back you've just got would get more minutes than you go and buy another centre back who just barely gets any minutes unless it's an FA Cup against Championship.
Exactly. Side. Yeah, facts.
What are we doing here?
I'll say it now, right? Vitor Reyes, they were worried about Real Madrid getting him, which, look, I'll say, with Vitor Reyes, I'm fine with you getting him. I'm not against Junior Barber. I think they're both good players. It will be good in the future for us. But we needed someone for here and now. Someone to help us this season. So next season we can get a left back in and get the defence sorted out, and then the midfield as well. Look, the attack for me is fine. Maybe by one winger, it's not that much of an issue anymore. The attack we're pretty good with now. Probably like get Jack out the summer, get another winger in there. Cool, that's fine. But the midfield, look, obviously, is an issue as well. But the defence could have been done in January, and the midfield could have been a priority in the summer. Again, Nico's a good sign, by the way. I'm not against Nico. I like him as a player. He'd be a good player but he's not Rodri. He's not Rodri. It never will be Rodri. That's fine. I don't need him to be.
Yeah, he will improve. He's a backup player. He will improve because Rodri was really poor his first season. He was slow as well. He was really slow. Yeah.
It wasn't that poor. I think people were too much on Rodri in that first
season. I think because we were used to a Fernandinho standard, to the point where Rodri was just Fernandinho was like that.
Yeah,
the bar was there. Rodri was just here,
and Rodri.
We were going against Liverpool. You know what I mean? So
in his debut season, then Rodri have to play centre back a lot. That was the season where we had Fernandinho, Rodri centre back, right?
He tried that once. That was before he brought in Garcia.
Yeah.
That
was trenches. That was the trenches, bro.
Yeah, he tried it quite a few times, but
we still finished above where we are now.
Yeah, but The problem is, see, we have to see. My main concern is when people say, "Oh, we need to give him." For me, yeah, I mean, you guys know my opinion, but when people say, "Oh, we need to wait to this rebuild in the summer," by the yada, but I always look at the players that we've just signed, especially the guys who are playing regular football. They seem to struggle in some games. People say, "Oh, they need time to adapt," but when your main guys are struggling and your new sign is struggling as well, you have to have a look at what you're doing in the training ground, what you're asking them to do, what's your system. Are you asked? Because there's two things. There's one thing that Pep Guardiola is. Pep Guardiola's always have a system that the players needs to adapt to their system and get the best out of the system. And he worked for a few years, especially in the Centaurio season, yada yada yada. But football is evolving, yeah, especially this season. You have to make sure your system adapts to the players that you have, especially the new fellas, because it's okay for them to have a bad season. It's okay KDB have a bad season, but when it's every single one of them, yo, what you doing? You got to ask a question.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
You know what my favorite quote is? And I don't remember for the life of me who said it. So maybe one of you two knows it. But if two players are bored, it's a squad problem. If everyone is bored, it's a manager problem.
Yeah, it is.
And I can't remember for the life of me who said that. I'm going to need to look at that quote.
Why do you think the managers get?
Because I'm going to say. I'm going to say this now, right? If next season, right, and look, I'm fine with knowing this year, right? But next season, if the same issues keep coming up, then when is people going to start calling Pep out? Because people say, "Oh, never. I'll never say you to be sacked." Look, in football, look, one bad thing's going to happen. I'm not against it. It can happen to anyone. Injuries, stuff come up. It happens to other teams, right? But the problem is, if it starts carrying on to next season, the question needs to be asked.
Yeah,
because
I don't
care who you are, how good you are.
But the problem is,
you're right. Yeah, that's what
the problem is, I'm more inclined to a change of manager now to protect.
What is this thought Matt's doing here? Asks Blue City fan.
No. I'm
big up, Patrick.
For me, yeah, I'm more inclined to protect what Pep built, protect his legacy, because let's face it, there's right now with the whole things that is going on this season, the Pep out is only small. It's only minorities. Let's say it's only 5% within the fan base. But if we don't improve next season, then it's going to be more.
And more.
It's going to be more.
Going up gradually, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be more. And it will get to a point where, because I said it to Alfie, you weren't near, yeah? So that December 2 Decembers ago, that was December 2023 December, after Aston Villa away, I said it to a lot of City fans, include the ones who were on the ground at Villa Park. I hope Kyle Walker comes out tomorrow. That was after we got beat by Villa. Comes out tomorrow and say he's leaving at the end of the season. Because if he doesn't go, if he decides to stay for another season, the fans will turn on him. What happened a year after? The fans start turning on him. And I said it even at the beginning of this year. I said it. Kevin De Bruyne has to come out and announce he will leave. Otherwise, he'll get the same treatment as Kyle Walker. When I say we need to change manager, I don't want what happened to Walker, what's going to happen, that happens to Pep. Because, listen, going a year without a title is fine. Listen, you can't win the title every year. But going 2 years without winning it, after you spend 200 million, then we're going to back you again in the summer. Fans will start asking questions in terms of, okay, you've got new players in, you need to coach them. You need to coach them.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. You
Yeah.
can't use players out of form excuses anymore, because if the players are out of form, you need to ask yourself a question: why? Back-to-back season out of form. What's going on there? Do you know what I mean? So my main thing about changing manager is to protect Pep's legacy and say, right, okay, let's protect what you've achieved. It's only 5% on that side. Let's keep that 5%, because Pep Guardiola wanted to go at the end of this season. Let's face it. He wanted to have one last dance. That's why we never rebuild. One last dance with the players that I had so much success with. Let's go five in a row. Then in March, if I feel like the title can be won, I'll say I'm gonna leave. But things didn't go that way. But he said, right, okay, I don't want to leave in this state, the way the club is. However, when you sign a new deal, you're not staying because you've got that hunger, you've got that fire in you to go out there and dominate it. You're staying because you don't want to leave a club in a bad state. It's just like a bit of anger in that sense, because Arsene Wenger used to do that. And look at his legacy towards the end. Fans punching each other. Because let's face it, in the derby, Man City fans were fighting against each other after the final whistle. And even online now, because it's constantly bad performance, bad results, fans are starting having a go at each other. People are not seeing what's going on. So, listen, I hope I'm proved right. I'm proved wrong, not right anyway. I hope Pep proves me wrong, but I don't see him changing his approaching game or his philosophy or even his system to adapt to new players. I think he would ask the players, right, okay, this is the way we have to play. You guys need to go out there and make sure you play this way. This is the game plan. And if it doesn't work, we will not win football matches. And then the fans will start questioning the players. And it can't be at the players every single game, can it? Let's face it.
Because the thing is, right, and people understand this, right? Look, I know people will say, "Oh, well, be careful what you wish for." Well, okay, but you do realize even if Pep does go, and we're still going to be here. Like we're not Arsenal with Arteta. Like, I know Pep's won so much, and he has. And I love Pep for what he's done for the club, what he's brought us, and I will always remember him for what he is when he does eventually leave. But I would love it if if we can just I love it for him. I love it for him to at least come around and change it and sort of be back to back to that level again. But football isn't guaranteed. Never has been guaranteed at all. You have to raise the levels every year. I just think for me, next season will be hard. Next year, and we've got to. And I think for me, a lot of fans are assuming that next year will be a dominant year. I think it will be. It won't be, because it'll be a lot of change.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think it will be. You know what I want next season? I just want a cup next season, preferably the Carabao Cup for the PR reasons.
Yeah.
Because if Haaland wins the Carabao Cup, he completed English football. That is so big PR-wise. I want us to win that trophy again. So I want to get that cup. I want to finish comfortably in Champions League spots, and for the get top 5, top 3, and probably top 2. We'll see how the competitiveness is of the League 10, but comfortably top 3 or top 2, how competitive the league is. And I want to win at least the Carabao Cup. I want to make a decent run in the Champions League as well. Quarterfinals at minimum. if we can't do that, then
Yeah.
we're not advancing quickly enough. We don't need 3 years to rebuild.
Anyone
Sorry, come again?
anyone demanding everything anyone demanding everything next year isn't going to happen, because even if we
We're not winning
even
once.
if you get Verts in, even if you get everyone you want to get in, right?
Yeah.
You've still got to adapt everyone to the team. Verts needs a year. Whoever
Yes.
might need a year. Players will need a year to adapt. And for me, I'm sure Matteus is the same. I'll give them that year because I'm confident that they'll get it right in the end. And if we're fans, we've seen enough trophies as it is. We know how football can work sometimes. You've got to adapt to it. It's not career mode. You don't just go on it, buy a player, play the game, win all the trophies. It's not as simple as that. But if we don't, if the same issues keep coming up though, then everyone needs to be ask the questions. Can't be
Yes.
just hiding away from stuff.
You seem,
So next year's big.
you seem, by the way, from 115, changing topic while we wait for the days to come back. That was news. 115 is tomorrow. Well, we're tomorrow now. We're actually the day after it already. Still no 115 news.
I think Wednesday
wait.
or Thursday.
Come again?
I think it'll be sometime. For me, right, that article came out. I thought straight away it's going to be happening really soon.
Yeah.
Now, I knew it wouldn't be today. I thought it won't be Monday. It's too obvious. I think it will be on either Wednesday or Thursday this week. And look, I'm not saying that's for certain. I think that's what I think. I don't really think I'm clueless like you guys are. It would surprise me if it's a random day this week. Oh, here's the news. City put a statement out, so Premier League, and it goes to appeal. That's what it will be. The process of appealing. So I think we'll be all right in the 115, but
Rest in peace, Legends Masters.
But it'll be a lot of appealing. Yeah.
How are you feeling? I'm all right. Listen, whatever decision, I'm okay.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
We'll be
Championship title race against Man United. You can roll back.
League Two. Grimsby away. Chesterfield away.
I think we'll get a fine. Probably just a big fine. Just sweep everything under the carpet. But no, I don't think it will. I feel like if we were get like the transfer ban, then that's where things might get a bit nasty. Do you know what I mean?
Transfer ban would fuck us up
because
I wouldn't say
rebuild.
Yeah, but even with the transfer ban, let's say with the transfer ban, I think we would be looking into more concern about the right back position. I would personally. I feel like even with the midfield, if let's say we get a transfer ban, but at least we need to bring a Severi into the team. We need to see what the kid is all about.
Yeah,
and you know what I mean.
Yeah, I need to see him play. Got to see him play at some point, man. Can't be keep him in the reserves, man. Like, I just want someone to ask him, like Pep, what's the plan with him? Because the thing is, you've told us one thing. That even training, he looks pretty good in training. Okay, but what? You're still keeping on the reserves? I'm not even asking for a start. I don't even expect that. I just want him on the bench with the team, and 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, build it up over time.
Yeah,
I'm not even asking for a starting position.
We paid 37 million for Victor Hayes to play with the fucking reserves. When our starting centre back Diaz is injured.
Yeah, but we've done now with Matt Peroni, because Peroni played every game in the preseason. He was one of our best players with Oscar Bob. Him and Oscar Bob were one of our best players. Then we loaned him out to Como, even though he had a good preseason. Then now he's balling out in Como, and we don't know what we're gonna do with him.
But you know why he played that preseason? Because they wanted to loan him out. That's why they played him. They wanted to advertise him. That was advertisement.
He now looks like a very decent player, and he's playing hold the midfield. So rather than spending £60 million into new signing, why don't you go and get him? and save that £50 million for a right
Even
back.
better yet, we were told Nico O'Reilly could fill in for Rodri. He's yet to
Yeah.
play a game in the Premier League.
He's playing left back.
But Rodri is a great left back, isn't he?
So we see Nico O'Reilly, yeah, scoring a couple of goals from set piece. We go into games where we need a goal and we put in crosses in the box. Why is Nico O'Reilly not coming on and put him in the box with Haaland?
I'm sorry, right, but why is he not playing? So, like, you know what? I'll bring on Bernardo Silva. Good one to serve him.
He's bringing on Bernardo Silva.
Play some young players.
By the way, about Bernardo Silva coming on here, I don't want Bernardo Silva to come on, but it's disrespectful to put a player on the pitch and then take them off. Unless it's an injury, but it wasn't. That was just blatant disrespectful.
Well, let's face it, things are no roses in the dressing room, are they? Let's face it.
Yeah, of course they're not. After the season we've had, I'd be more surprised if it was all rosy.
Yeah, I think even the players ask that question.
Those inside City stuff, man. Like, it's definitely not happening in that camp. Hey, I'm sorry, right? It's very weird how in that one win in 13, right, there was barely any inside City thing at all. I wonder fucking why. Because I'm sorry, right? But this club it's become a PR firm. This club, especially with ticketing, stuff behind the scenes, the fans, it's become a massive business PR firm now. It used to be a club, right, that you could associate with. Even if you're from the area, right, you still associate with it and feel like it's giving people who are around the world, the community. It's switched into a massive business machine that only cares about looking good. The sponsors.
We've renamed the stadium. Didn't do it the stadium name, didn't it? So
in the community. No, you're not. I'm sorry, right? But you don't price tickets at £61
I'm really negative,
for community.
I've never been in community.
What community?
Yeah.
The thing is, right?
So you basically, you rename the stadium the community. Yet you charging fans £61 to watch Brighton at home.
£61.
Fuck me, Jesus. Honestly, yeah. Brighton.
It's just like it's hypocrisy.
It is.
Hold on.
It's buried. Since the problem is, Soriano is running the ticket system. He runs everything regarding tickets. I've been to the Camp Nou twice. I've been on holiday, and I've been when we played them years ago. So on holiday, even without much on, they make loads of money just on tourism.
Absolutely.
Basically, you pay 65. Well, back then when I went there, I think it was €54, and you get a tour. You get into like the conference room things. You get the Champions League, Messi, Ballon d'Or, whatnot. And yeah, I think it was. I went there for Easter a few years ago, and I went there for a week. I think that was like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. The queue, was massive. It was like you would think, it's like a match day. But no, people are just going there like to see the stadium. People are just paying loads of money. They buy a lot of merch. And I feel like because Soriano, because he's from Barcelona, he wants to implement the same idea to Manchester City. But we've never been this sort of club. See, the Camp Nou and even Bernabeu at the time. So basically, Barcelona is owned by the socios. The socios are the fans. So they elect the president. The president then, if the president doesn't do the business, the fans just vote him out. But with Manchester City, it's a bit different. We are owned by Sheikh Mansour. So in that sense, the Barcelona, when it comes to a tourists going to a match, they make loads of money, more than even tourists coming to the Etihad. But because Soriano has that culture in terms of the business side of things, he wants Manchester City to be the same. Because at the end of the day, for stakeholders and club owners, they just want to know how much million a year they made every quarter. They're not interested who goes to
Matteus,
game.
right? Just wait.
Mm.
You're right. The Leicester game, right? I've just checked the prices now. So it's 30 quid for the higher tier, right? But let's say you don't want to be up there, you're near the pitch. 51 quid for Leicester at home in the week. £51.
Do they know Leicester's the relegated side?
51 pounds.
They always think it's 2016.
51 quid.
Who's gonna pay 50 quid to watch Leicester?
Someone play.
That's a little bit 30 quid, but it's like higher than the gods. 30 quid. That's fine, but 50 quid for a bloody game in the week against a relegated team. And you're wondering why the fans are losing it. I'm saying it right now. I'll clip this now. There'll be a protest soon.
Oh,
the ground. It's coming.
There will be.
The more
There'll be. And let's face it, the protest that is coming, because there is not communication between the club and the fan base. When look, this is not just this season. We've been raised the concern about the season ticket price for even before the treble, way before the treble, because I remember, when we came out the lockdown. Remember that? Do you remember the lockdown season?
Yeah.
Some of the fans, they didn't get their money back because they obviously, with the lockdown, they couldn't attend all the home games. But we basically renewed the season tickets in March, the season before. So it's going to be the same. So March is, I think, maybe next week or in a couple of weeks' time, we get an email saying, right, you're going to renew this. You need to renew. This is the price here. And if you want to swap seats, you have until this day to saying that you want to swap seats. It's got different stands. So after lockdown, when we came back, so we were getting to the ground in a small numbers first. So some people were going to matches, other people were staying at home. So I remember the club coming up. The club didn't say anything. However, the likes of Jack Gorgon and Sam Lee, they get news from the club. They get news from the club. They tell the fan base this is what happened. So they said that the club is basically will put a cap on the season ticket prices for the next 2 years. Due to the COVID, just help people financially, because a lot of people lost their job during COVID and people were going through a tough time, especially financially, because a lot of people were being furloughed at the time and we weren't getting that much money. I was on the furlough and I was getting literally half of the money I used to get. So the club came out and it said, right, okay, we're going to support the fans. We're going to support Manchester City fans, and we're going to, that's Jake Gorgon and Sam Lee and whatnot. And the club will support the fans, put a cap on it in terms of the season ticket price. That means the season ticket price won't go up for 1 or 2 seasons. The following season, all the grounds are open for every single one. Season ticket price goes up 5%. Straight away.
They like politicians. They lie. And
the very next
by the
season,
way, as well, add to what.
Sorry.
Oh, but what was you saying? By the way, the Palace game at home at 12:30 is 61 quid. I'm sorry, 51. What? £61 for Palace at home. Seriously, right? This can't even read the room anymore.
So now my plane tickets to Manchester will be cheaper than my ticket to watch a football game.
Yeah.
What?
It's cheaper, yeah.
£61 a Palace at home.
Bro, it's cheaper to go to fucking Lisbon, yeah. Because
Yeah.
let's face it, this time of the year, you can get a ticket for 34 quid, or even 60 quid.
Yep.
There and back. It's cheaper to go on a holiday at this time of the year than to go to a football match. That's ridiculous. 90 minutes to watch football match.
We've talked about this in the Luke stream, didn't we? If you buy a video game, if like for 61 quid, you can buy 3 video games, and let's say it's a 20-hour game. You've got 60 hours, and you know you're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah, and I've always said that. I've told quite a lot of City fans, especially the guys who sit next to me. I'm reaching to a point where I'm have to call it a day. I'm just have to call it quits because I'm not getting any younger. I'm planning to get me mortgage. I'm planning to get me savings. Because when you get a mortgage, you have to put a deposit in, even though you can get a loan from the bank, but still. And if I go to at least 30 odd games a season, I tend to spend 2-3 grand because that includes train tickets, food, drinks, especially on away games.
Yeah.
And 2 to 3 grand a year, I can use that 3 grand and put on my mortgage saving.
Absolutely.
Because at the end of the day, I'm trying to get my own house. And I'm thinking like things are not going to change. The club is not listening to the fans. The clubs don't care. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
They put the prices up. Look how many times the past 3 seasons we put a banner up at the stadium complaining about the ticket prices. Did the club do anything? Nothing.
They won't do anything until it's protest, and even then, you remember the COVID? They made more money in COVID than in the year before.
Yeah, look at that the City Plus thing where you know the City Plus where Sean Goater, Didcot, they sat in there commenting about the game. They see the banners in the ground. How come they never mention anything? Because they're not allowed to do that. They can't say anything to the audience.
No,
they need to stay silent.
Because PR.
So, when I see like the 1894 group, the City Matters even going on strike, there's a lot of things going wrong in this football club. And I can't be part of it.
Well, by the way, right, just check. Well, Aston Villa at home is 71 quid minimum. £71 for Aston Villa at home.
Remember, we played.
No, it's like an escalator.
71.
It keeps getting higher.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
right, but it's honestly.
Feyenoord was 45 quid in the Champions League. Feyenoord, that was 45 quid direct debit.
How's that math work? I thought Champions League was a big game.
No, they only put a big when it's a big match.
Yeah,
Feyenoord, no one is going to watch Feyenoord.
Feyenoord in Champions League.
The problem is that with the Premier League, the way the Premier League works, because the Premier League, you have to attend. See, Champions League is a cup game. Carabao and FA Cup is a cup scheme. The cup scheme is an addition to your season ticket. So on your policy, when you get a season ticket, you have to attend 14 games.
Yes.
If you don't attend 14 games, you won't be able to renew it. So now they're monitoring every single fan that don't put. Let's say I didn't go to Brighton. I didn't attend Brighton, but my cousin went with my season ticket. So you can't transfer your tickets anymore to friends and family. Well, you can do now, but I think they will stop it next season. But if they monitor every single account on social media that they're selling online, every single one of them, even though you're selling for face value, they don't want that. What they want is put your tickets on City Exchange, on Ticket Exchange, get your 30 or 20 quid back, and they'll put that on general sale. for 60 odd quid or 70 odd quid.
Yeah, you know what they're trying? They're trying to get the fans who pay the most money to have the season tickets.
But let's face it, if the club doesn't manage to sell your ticket that you put on exchange, you don't get that money back.
Yeah.
Well, mate, I'm just having a look, right? Wolves is 61 quid, and Bournemouth at home for the last game of the season, Bournemouth is £71. Last home game.
I thought last game of the season is Fulham.
I'm sorry, right?
Oh, at home, yeah, at home.
Last home game, yeah. But this is how bad it's got. That used to be like less than that a couple of years ago. But £71. Bear in mind, for the local area, that's a lot of money. £71. I'm sorry, like it's becoming the rich man's sport now. Rich. Like and when you start losing that community, you lose it forever. Because look at look Alf, for example. Look at Alf. Your club, Brugge, right? They've done it the right way because it's still a community club. It's still a community club. It's why a lot of clubs in Germany are still good because the European clubs care about their fans. We don't, because the money.
Yeah. Give me a second. I got an absolutely woeful DM here. Jesus Christ. I can't even say that on stream without.
Oh God.
I can't even say that on stream without getting this channel taken down, bro. I think. Jesus Christ. Club Brugge, right? You know what thing is with Club Brugge, yeah? Club Brugge. They know the stadium is not most about money. Stadium, that ain't where the money is coming from. You know where the money comes from? From TV revenue. So how do you get more TV revenue? You win trophies. How do you win trophies? You make the stadium a fortress. How do you do that? Active crowds. They're not thinking about, oh, we can get some tourists and get some extra money. They're thinking about, how can we get the loudest crowd, the most best atmosphere, and the most activity in that stadium. That's what Club Brugge wants. But it also helps that the CEO grew up as a Club Brugge fan, grew up watching Club Brugge win that first cup, grew up watching Club Brugge win that first league title. Because Club Brugge was a small team back in the 1970s. It only became a big team in the 1970s. He grew up with Club Brugge becoming a big team. So he's a real fan of Club Brugge. Caldoon, does he give a fuck about Man City? No, he don't. Let's be honest, he don't.
I'm sorry. When prices are that expensive, right? When 51 quid is the most cheapest you can get for a Premier League game now, that's when you know it's gone, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that is mad.
And somehow it's not the most expensive.
And
it will backfire.
It wouldn't surprise me.
It will backfire. Because
it wouldn't surprise me if the 115 comes out as positive. The club then releases season ticket renewals.
Oh, that's the plan.
Wouldn't surprise me.
That's the plan. Because
don't they not really release?
No. Because listen. What's gonna happen when we get the verdict of the 115? Say like the seat is clear of every charge. Blah yada. What's happening in the fan base? Everyone is happy.
Yeah.
And what's the best way to control every single one to keep everyone on their toes when they're happy? So
it's the same thing.
They all got stopped. Well, we put the Premier League in the mud. Yada. 2 days after, this is the new ticket price to go into the new season. And let's believe it. Yeah, what's going to happen is as well. Yeah, they will lick. Yeah, the club will allow a lick for the next home kit.
Yeah, you know what's the thing as well? How many kits do we have this season? 4, I believe. Why do you need 4 kits? Why do you need 4 kits? Home kits, away kits. Make them different colors.
Because we are competing with JD, who released the more amount of merch. Back in the day,
that's what it's about.
Back in the day, yeah, me following City, we used to have two kits, and the home kit we only used to change it every 2 years. Now we have 4 kits, and one of the kits we only use once a season, but we force the club, we force the fans to go and buy it. It's like that Oasis kit. What the fuck does that even mean?
Did we ever play in that Oasis kit, by the way?
We played them once, but why are we so? I think why are we so like this football club?
It's so dumb. It's so dumb, isn't it? It's just dumb.
No, it's not dumb. It's a smart way to make money because
it is a smart way to make money.
Buy it.
It's a smart way to make money, but it's such a dumb concept, isn't it? Like the concept of fans going out to
What
buy
I'm going to say is though,
kits we never used.
I'm going to say it now though. I will still hold I'll still hold this club to account even after 115. I'm still doing it because it doesn't mean you're off the hook. The reality is, if tickets going up, then that's when we as fans on these channels and shows have got to call it out. The more it's called out, the more that the more on it. Because the thing is, I know what this club's going to do because I know what they are now.
Yeah, we all know.
After that bloody Super League thing, that Super League thing showed the hand immediately.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if they used the 115 screen to get them the tickets renewed. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Normally, season tickets are renewed already, aren't they? At this point, we're midway through March.
Around about now, but they haven't been. No, they haven't been yet. That's the thing.
Normally they are,
and I don't think all these. Huh? I know that's what you're right, but at the moment, and I say Matteus is right by the way. They're going to release the renewals of the 115 because a 115 that's announced.
You know what that reminds me of?
In a way, right?
It reminds me of Julian Alvarez with that penalty. They realize they fucked up because there was no double touch. Then they say, "Oh, we're going to change the rule," and everyone stops talking about this on double touch because they said, "Oh, we're going to change the rule." What we want actually in a way, right, is to lose 115 because then the club like shit because then they can't go ahead with that. I know it sounds mad on in terms of competing, but the problem is the club have kind of really pissed a lot of fans off here. And if you go down to let's say it ain't gonna happen by the way, but let's say we're down to League 2. Well, price has been a good price then because you could then the club will need season tickets back again. Because the reality is, you aren't going to get for tourists.
They'll have to reduce the price.
Because honestly, right, in a way, I actually want that because then the club get fully burnt, and then hopefully, in a way, right, the fans don't happen again. They're more of a say.
Well, we can hope to that, but when like let's say we get done on 115, I will not watch Man City until the ownership is gone. If we are done on 115, because if we're done on 115, that's on the ownership. So
yeah, but if we are done, if you get done, then someone in the club needs to come out and address the fans and explain what the fuck is going on, because he can't be Pep, because I keep saying Pep Guardiola goes to press conference. Pep Guardiola has no fucking clue. Cowden, sat there. Is at the end of his season interview, what he does every single season at the end of the season, and he said, "I've got my opinion. I'll let the lawyers do the work, but when it's the right time, I'm gonna come out and say my view on that."
Yeah.
The club, either Cowden, or the owner himself, or whoever is in charge of this whole thing, needs to come out and address the fans. If we've done something wrong, then, or if you get done with this charge, then the fans are gonna go mad because you've been lying to us.
Absolutely.
You come out come out when you come out in your interview, we back you. You always come out as a very positive person. You address the fans really well. You always make sure that you always tell the fans down just to come down. Everything is fine. We're doing the work. But on the flip side, if something goes wrong, then you have to come out and address the fans, because the fans will stop going into the matches.
They have to address the fans anyway, even if we win. They have to address us anyways. They need to tell us what's going on in that court case, even if we win. They need to tell us everything they're legally allowed to tell us, I think.
Because let's face it, yeah, with this 115, the fans are getting the heat. The fans, throughout these 2 years, who's getting the most hit is the fans. And we are not lawyers. We just go to football matches. We just go in there and sing, come on, set it. We just go in there and check up. Do
you know
what I mean? We just go in there and get behind the team. We do not care about any rules or any sponsorship deals. We go on a Saturday afternoon, after a week of work or after a week of college, and go and watch a football match.
Absolutely. And
after the final whistle, we go to the pub and we watch any other game and we talk about football. Sponsorship deals, we do not give a fuck. However, you are in charge of our football club. You have to make sure you run it properly.
Yeah,
because we've been in a worse situation. There was a time during my dad's time where Man City had no money, and they used to buy a lot. They used to buy a lot of kits just to support the team financially, and they used to buy a lot of drinks and pies in the football main road just to help the team financially. That's the support the fans would. That's the length of the fan. What the fans would go through to help the football club. But now you came in, you invest all this money, everything is great. But if we get done by something that the fans are getting hit from the media or the fan base, because with 115, it's you cheated. Every ground we go, you've cheated, you've done this. Listen, I don't even know what I did. I just go to games.
I don't know. I don't know yet myself, because I'm not as old as you two. Like heck, Luke is not as old as you are, but I feel like football is a lot more political now. And I don't mean the sense political as in like world of politics, but I mean as in the sense about the rules of football. It's a lot more about that. It's a lot more about the economics of football. They talked about that back in the day, but I feel like nowadays people constantly talk about these football rules, about these economics in football, which just wasn't the main center of attention back in the day about.
Yeah, I think because obviously there's quite a lot of money involved in terms of the TV deal and whatnot. If you remember, like even from the moment where they've started to change in the kickoff times just to adjust to what the other part of the world, so the other part of the world can see. Like in England, especially in the UK, football has always been part of our culture.
Yes,
I mean, even like when you play like. Even in a non-professional league, if you play like in the Sunday league, you play within the FA rules. You have to wear your chin pads on, otherwise you can't play. You have to have a referee, so things like that. So football has always been part of our culture, and having football on the weekend is like a way to get out of the house and go and hang out with your mates and just chatting and talk about football. But the way football has evolved, especially with the Premier League, with Sky Sport, because Sky Sport owns the Premier League. That's why Sky, they love the drama. This is the only take in the whole planet where top six is a thing. In Spain, they don't do top six. In Germany, they don't do top six, because as British culture, drama has to be in the center of everything that we do. That's why we dramatize the whole league. Top four is, you see Sky Sport posting up, top four is hitting up. Then you've got Talk Sport and whatnot with the like the headlines so dramatic. Oh, Man City relegation. Also, see, this is the drama, and people, societies, they love drama. Drama drags attention towards you. If you really, it's like there's always a kid in school that if he's got the
drama
move.
kids.
Yeah. So it's the same with the Premier League. Yeah, the best league in the world. The Premier League is one of the worst league in the world in terms of football quality.
Absolutely. I hate watching
Quality
it.
is
That's why I
low.
watch La Liga.
Yeah, you watched it if you watch it on a Saturday, Arsenal and Chelsea. Bear in mind, these are a team based on league position, second and fourth. The display of that game, it was embarrassing to watch. There's no quality. There's not but
Meanwhile, I watched Real Betis against the Ghani, and that's one of the best
the quality
games
is really poor. The quality of the league is really poor. However, the marketing is there.
As Liga says, drama.
Yeah, listen, this league is dramatic. Yeah, you see. Oh, the battle for top four is on. They will always push that. No other league does it because the problem is the Premier League works with owners, the football club owners, in terms of especially the red cartel. So the Premier League says, right, we will protect you, yeah, in terms of the narrative that goes on in the media, yeah, and that's why you've got pundits like Gary Neville, Carragher. They never talk about the owners of the football club.
Yeah,
they never do it.
They're not allowed to.
Yeah, they're not allowed to do that. Do you know what I mean? But they will talk about Man City owners.
Yeah,
because it doesn't fit the narrative. So why is it in this league? Yeah, is this league they've put a narrative where spending money is a bad thing.
You want to have some history.
Clubs who are owned by the Qatar, like Emirates, like Sheikh Mansour and whatnot, they view that as a bad thing. Oh, if you spend money to improve your team, oh, look at the money they spend. So the media has designed that everything is done by design. That if you spend too much money, and if you're not Liverpool, Manchester United, or Arsenal, and Newcastle, Aston Villa comes along, and you spend too much money, it's a bad thing. Look at Liverpool at the time of Jurgen Klopp. What was the narrative then? Net spend. Sky Sport posting out net spend. Oh, look at the Jurgen Klopp. Net spend. That's to protect the owners for not spending money.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you know what? Yeah. You know what? You know how Liverpool became a big club in the 1960s and 70s and 80s? They outspent Real Madrid while being in the second division.
United had to do a deal with Chinese trade in order to put money into the club.
Yeah, after the takeover from
now,
whatever his name is.
That's why they create so many rules every season, every single year. There's PSR. PSR was always there. Don't get me wrong. However, they change it to stop teams from outside their group, their little group. Not spending like that's why Newcastle. Look at for example, Sky Sports. They're forcing that narrative that Isaac needs to go to Arsenal or Liverpool. Why? Why does he need to go there?
They don't want Newcastle to become a big team.
Newcastle is a big club. Do you know what I mean? Why does he need to go there? They thought, because they have to weaken whatever is a threat to them.
Absolutely.
That's the masses are being brainwashed by the media, because if you can control the narrative, if you can control what's being said, and if you can control what sort of information goes to the people, you can control them. You control the way they're thinking. That's why a lot of fan base, they hit Man City, oh, cheat, spend all your money. But when you sit down to have a conversation with them, they don't have any argument because they don't know what to say apart from what they've been fed by the media. I can sit down with any football fan. I can have a go at Man United. Look at the shady you've been doing. Look at the money you've spent. and you're 15th. Mark Gorbich goes on about, oh, they spend this amount of money. Yo, you spend 90 million on Anthony, and he's at the he's a real Betis now.
He's really good at Real Betis, by the way. Have you watched him at Real Betis?
Yeah. The media have to run this narrative so they can get engagement. If the media posts, like if Sky Sport goes on about, oh, Manchester City is great, no one will go and comment it. No one will put a like or retweet that. But if they put, oh, Manchester City relegation is upon them, look at the amount of comments that will go in that post, because they've designed the narrative that any Middle East owned club has to be hated.
You know why, by the way?
Yeah.
They want to move the Premier League to
because the Americans never get the same treatment, even though the Americans are the biggest problem of this league.
But you know why? They want to move the Premier League to America. That's why. And the non-American owners ain't voting on that.
But they cannot do that because the backlash we'll have with the fans. If they move the Premier League to America, me and Luca will not go.
How long do you think until the Community Shield is played in America and not in Wembley?
Oh, it will be. It will be. But at the end of the day, why would they go to why would they get a flight to America where it takes me half an hour drive to get to the ground?
Yeah, but it's about money.
See that the problem is, see La Liga, the Super Cup, for example, or even the Copa del Rey, the final, the Copa del Rey is playing abroad. The Super Cup used to be just between the winners of the league and the winners of the cup, but now they've extended that to 6 games. They get the top 4 teams, and they go to Saudi. They play in there in Saudi because they make a lot of money. And the Premier League is watching that and they're thinking, right, okay, we have to do the same.
Supercopa has been the Supercopa final has been in Saudi for 2 years now, I believe, isn't it? It's been 2 years now?
Yep.
Yeah. And you know what's shocking, yeah? Not a single La Liga fan even gets. That's kind of shocking, isn't it?
Yo, why would you travel to watch your team? Why would you travel to another country? And forget the we do travel when it's coming to Champions League because it's a European game. But why would you travel to another side? Yeah, but it's still in Europe. Yeah. Because I remember when we played, I think even when we played Ajax years ago, we drove to Dam, but because it was easy. But now, why would you go to another side, the other side of the globe, to watch your team? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Against a team that is an English team. It's like asking me to go to Atalanta or fucking New York to watch Manchester City with Chelsea in the game week 12. You know what I mean?
It's so, but you know, they just want to get the fans from America, because the fact is America is inflated. They've got more money in America. There's higher wages. Okay, it's higher cost, but they've got more money to pay. They will pay 71 quid for that ticket.
But, let me tell you one thing, yeah.
Yeah.
We, as society, I can only speak for people of this country. Yeah. Football is a way to get out a lot of things, especially like people who go through like a lot of mental health issues, people who go through depression. Football is something that they always look forward to. Get out of the house, go and meet their mates in the pub, or go and meet their mates in the ground, have a jolly up and have a laugh. When you start taking them out of this, when you start taking football out of their life, the whole society collapse.
Yeah,
I'm saying that by experience. years ago, I used to go through I went through a mad depression and mental health issues. But I always seems to look forward for the weekend because it was like, fucking hell, I've got college. I wasn't doing well at college and not now. I was like, at least I've got Manchester City to cheer me up. Win, lose or draw. I was still, at least I was looking forward to watch the City going out of the house. Do you know what I mean? Going meet my mates, even doing FA Cups. Remember when we used to making FA Cup trophies with the cardboards and going to games with it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So when you take that off people, like, the whole society just goes mad. The issue is football is not viewed as an entertainment sport anymore. Well, it still is, but it's more like a business side of things. How to get more money out of these people. It's like it become like. Do you remember when you be the Roman sport and all that? It's like they training us like 5% every single year. People say, "Oh, it's only an extra 5 quid." That's not the point. The point is, are we allowing just getting money taken out of pockets every single year without any reason? Because let's face it, they don't have to increase the season tickets. They don't have to increase the match day ticket. They don't, because they make a lot of money in sponsorship. They make a lot of money on TV revenue.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And players have to talk, like, here's it on Surge. Players have to talk out about this as well. It's not going to change until 3 things happen. Players start talking about it, fans start protesting, and you just get people to stop going to stadiums. That's the 3 things that need to happen.
And Pep Guardiola, don't get me wrong, Pep Guardiola comes up in press conference and says basically keep having a dig at the fans, keep saying, "Oh, we need our fans in the home games having like some sort of dig," and they're like, "Yo, you need to have a word with the people upstairs first because it just makes us look like a dickhead."
Absolutely,
it does because when the atmosphere is flat and fans are trying to actually sit down with the club and trying to like improve things, and the club is not listening to them, and your manager comes out and said that, "Oh, we need more noise in the ground, or we need our fans to get behind us," but the guys upstairs are not really doing anything. Do you know what I mean, bro?
You know what? Yeah, how much control do you think Pep has over that? Though, you think if Pep says anything to the board, they'll care.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, I think Pep obviously has a. Huh?
I think Matteus got busted.
Now I'm muted.
Yeah, you have to go.
Yeah, I need to go.
Big up, man. We've been live for 4 hours. Time flies, isn't it? But yeah, bye.
Big up, Matteus.
I'm gonna go now. So,
yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah. Well, Joe, I'll end it here. I'm not. In terms of me doing streams, I might do one this week depending on what comes out. But if I'm being real, it's a kind of a bit of a chill time before anyway. So I'll try and take it when we can before 115 hits. But because I've been constant streams and constant chat, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
But I think we'll end it on this. Like we all know, it's gonna be a rebuild, definitely. I mean, we all know that. We know that for months now. But all I want to see is just some accountability in the fan base. Like, look. We know what the issues are. We know it's not just Pep. It's everything in general. We just want to see, like, going forward, just a sense of, like, we've actually got style to work with rather than just to control bollocks that we've been dealt with for the past few weeks. Just start making inroads, improve where we can, end the season on a high. Look, FA Cup or not, just end the season well where we can, and then go into the summer and do the right thing. Because honestly, I think the fan base needs it, and the club needs to do better
all
as well.
need it.
So stick it
We all
in
need
and
it.
reach fans. So yeah, so all I'm gonna say is just get it right. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's all we can do at this point, isn't it?
Exactly.
Also, subscribe to Luke, by the way. And I don't think
thank
anyone
you.
is live to redirect. So I'll see you guys on the next one.
There's no point.